Okay. I think we're there.
Awesome.
Now I just have to post the links. Grab the old chat. Maybe I'll do that first. Post the links afterwards. All right.
And we're off.
We are. Or we're on.
Yeah, we're on. All right, time to never look at the stream tab. I hate seeing myself talk, man. It's the worst curse on mankind.
I just gotta make sure this is just right. There we go. All right, let's just wait a few seconds here. Maybe I'll do a little jam on the piano.
Yep.
And then we'll start. Little jam.
A little bit of harmonic minor.
It's working.
Let's go.
We're in. We're on. I'm sorry. I'm trying to. Having a carpet with an office chair is definitely a struggle, everybody.
Yeah. Dude, I have the chair in the place that I moved into. It's like a nice swivelly chair that seems like it'd have wheels, but it doesn't. It has like flat feet. So I keep trying to scoot back and I like fell out of my chair the other day. It's horrible. I've been jebaited by the chair.
That is rough. That is a scary situation.
Yeah.
Well, let me just pull up the feedback stream chat just so that way I know. You know?
Yeah, I know. Do you know?
I hope so. I might know in a second here. All right. So I think the first track's got the questions here. All right, cool.
Yep.
All right. Hello, everyone. Sexy Santa edition. We thought about it. And I think technically that's next week. Because then we will have Christmas.
Who's the sexy Santa? Can I be the elf and you're the sexy Santa? I think that works.
I think that's how it goes. I have the beard, so that's basically that's the only box you have to check, I guess, in order for that to be the case. But hell yeah. Well, anyway,
bringing the gift of feedback.
Yes, indeed. I'm glad that everyone is here, and I guess let's just jump right into this. All I need, it's a VIP, WIP,
the VIP whip.
The VIP whip, indeed.
Yep.
what a way to start the evening.
That is the perfect beginning to the night.
Well, I guess do you want to kick us off, Percy? What do you think? What do you think
Yeah, I
about
can
these
kick us
questions?
off. So, um, how to make the first white noise? Okay, so it depends on what part you want to make louder, I guess. Because if you have a good sub and you want the noise to be louder, just use like a like FabFilter multiband is a great way. Like just make a band at like I'm trying to think like 3K or 5K, whatever sounds good, and kind of slam that. And then you can keep the sub at the same level without really clipping everything. And that's how I usually go about it. But if you want to make the everything louder without a ton of clipping, it depends. You could probably like turn everything down to zero, get your kick at like a good level, and then just gain stage your sub right after that, like the white noise sub, and then mix everything into the level that you want your white noise sub to be at. That's probably like the main way I'd go about that. But lowering that, you kind of already did that by lowering the basses around that, and then you can just mix up your track, like clip it to zero with those ratios between the volumes. Flow. I like the flow a lot, honestly. Like, will you go back to maybe the most questionable is like second drop with the yeah bass. No, the second drop. You have a lot of stuff hitting on the same subdivision. You could probably like switch it switch it up, which you kind of do. You have that the wobble bass that comes in on like the eighth note, I think it is, when the rest is quarter notes. But you could switch up the yeah bass and also just like having it do like maybe a different vowel or like a different formant or shift it in some way could give it like a better flow. Kind of just make it feel like it's changing. We scroll down to the last question, sorry. More mixing. So it's difficult. You kind of have to pick and choose between dynamicism and loudness in EDM. That's not like a hard and fast rule, but generally, if you want to go dynamic, you're not going to be at the same loudness levels as if you had just chosen to push loudness. So you can introduce silence. That's probably the biggest thing I see people do is like introduce a lot of areas where they cut out like a lot of frequencies or they go to zero or they like tape stop stuff. That's probably the best way to introduce dynamics. But it's hard when you have to pick between the two, and dubstep is a really loudness focused genre. But that's about all I got. I like this a lot.
Hell yeah. Yeah, this was a fire first track. So mix. You can't make the first white note. So I think that the way that this mix turned out is totally fine. Like I don't think it needs to be louder, like personally. Like I don't think you're missing anything by it being the volume that it's at. Um and if you really do want it to be louder, like I saw, I think Real said it in the chat, like just use a clipper and just listen for how much it's clipping. And basically, like the goal is to make it clip without being noticeable. So like, clip it, but don't clip it to where you can actually hear the clipping happening. And if you do that in even things like multi-band modes, so K-Clip, for example, has like a multi-band setting. And I'm sure other clippers do. And if they don't, you can always just split it and then clip the bands separately. But yeah, if you clip them both separately, that could be a way to help you kind of push the white noise and like the upper section of the bass without destroying, the subs with distortion and, because clipping is technically also like a form of distortion. So like if you clip too much, it's going to distort everything. As for your second question, yeah, I think that I'm thinking the same thing Percy is. The flow here, there's this part of me that wants it to go like yeah oi, or like some kind of like the separate vowel idea that Percy had was big brain for like the third kind of like call response energy. And then you could also, once again, like Percy was saying, flip up or change the way it's hitting. Like, so instead of having it hit on every single downbeat like that, you could have maybe like a triplet beat for a bit, or like something like that, like an eighth note triplet or a quarter note triplet groove periodically. Like, yeah, 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 like that kind of a flow. Um, and then just because that yoi sound is probably the most. Okay, you messed up one of the yois, the last one. Haha. Okay. Yeah, that sound is the most like obvious sound. It's definitely what calls the listener's attention. So having that be as dynamic from an arrangement perspective as possible, I think would be great. Just to like keep the homies interested. How do people make the tracks more dynamic? So yeah, Percy made a good point. Adding silence. And that can be done in a bunch of different ways. The other way is to just not worry about the loudness as much. Like, if you. So, like, the thing is, I push my tracks really hard. Like, my goal luff for like a minimum luff value is usually around -7. And I'm usually aiming for like -5, -4 if I can really do it justice. But what happens is you lose the dynamics unless you intentionally put them there, which is what I've ended up having to do. So a lot of the times that means you're going to need shorter sounds. You can't just have like long legato things happening. You need like more staccato-y things and more intentional volume reduction of instruments, which is really hard to do with synthesizers. And I don't know if you have this stemmed out. But yeah, you could either like put a utility gain on it if it's not a sample, or if it is a sample, which would be preferable, you could just kind of shorten the samples in areas. But nah, those are my thoughts, dude. I think this track is fire though. And honestly, so -8 isn't like that bad. Like, it's really not. Like, competitive loudness is in theory -12. Technically, right? So the technical,
Yeah,
like, technically,
is big asterisks
yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah. But when you're talking about like live EDM, you can get away with like -9. You can get away with it for sure. Maybe even minus, like, once again, like -7, I think is like a good bare minimum for like your highest peaks. But like if your lowest peaks are kind of hitting around -9, I think that's like not bad. Like, well, -8's fine too. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, -9 is good. -4 are good. Dino's a meme lord over here. I mean, yeah, it's one of those things where you got to just reference. So wherever the tracks that you're referencing are hitting, if you like that sound, if you like that level, then it's totally fine to hit whatever that track is hitting. Like, Vector put out a mix recently, and most of his drops, not the entire drops because he'd have peaks that were higher than this, but I would say most of the standard parts of the drop were hitting at around -8, -9. But then he'd have moments that would hit like -7, -6. So,
Okay. I will say that Vector mix is not the best one to look at the mixing, because I especially like the drop after, I can't remember what the name of the song is. It's that one ID he did on the stream and he's been working on. But some of the parts are like actually not super, like not at his loudness level. But I do think that like you can aim just like Magdu had said, compare it to the songs that you want it to be played next to, and just make sure that it's like make sure that it would sound good in context of those songs. Because like dubstep as a genre is loud, but there's multiple like subgenres of dubstep that have less loud luffs in general, I guess. So just compare it to the styles you want to be similar to.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's why reference tracks I think are so key. Like, whatever the numbers are, the numbers don't lie, like whatever the track that you like is looking like, then if you can get your track to be in a similar area, especially with the way it sounds, then yeah, it should be fine. So loud and low luffs makes no sense.
Remember,
Well,
Lufts are biased towards high end is the big thing. So I haven't heard that track, but maybe it has less like less high end in a lot of places. Because you can have like a smacking sub, and it's still going to be hard to push like the -5 to -4 range unless you have like really pumped highs. So that's probably why the Lufts are the luffs are not as smacking as it sounds like.
Facts. Totally facts. And you can get away with like making it cleaner, but also pump harder in the highs by low passing certain things, but then still boosting wherever that low pass is happening. So like if you're low passing at like 18K or like 15 or 16K, but you boost at that same 15K with like a peak filter, not filter, but a peak like band EQ, then you're going to still get louder high end, but it's not going to be as harsh because you've kind of cut out things that are like really high up there. And if you do that with certain instruments, it can help with that whole mind game. But also, yeah, clipping. I don't know how much you clipping. It sounds like you're doing a good amount of either limiting or clipping on this track. I would say you could, if you really want to make it louder, just push each clipper like a little bit harder. And if you're not clipping anything, add clippers to tracks and just push it like a little bit harder. And yeah, K-clip is like the sauce, bro.
Yeah, it is I just bought K-clip. It's so worth it.
Yeah. And I mean, the multiband clipping on that is so fucking fun. I think that's something that a lot of people miss out on because a lot of clippers that are free don't really have that. And, you know, it's not intuitive to like split your track, band split all your tracks or things like that. But K-clip makes it so easy and it just makes you want to try it more. And I think that it sounds great if you use it on the right instruments. Especially
Pro L2 is super good. I see that in the chat. I think it's a super transparent, like a good mastering limiter is what I use L2 as, but I find that it really squashes like it's not the best for transients. Like I try and manage transients super well before putting it into L2. I don't know if it's just like a skill diff. Like I don't know how to use a limiter. I just use preset. But I try not to slam stuff into it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that Pro L2, like you can maybe get away with like -2 or -3 if you're really trying to be aggressive with the limiting. But as soon as you start passing that, it starts to feel not very good. Whereas with clippers, because of the way clip to zero works, because you're clipping everything individually, you can get away with like pushing your mids into like a -4 or -5 range just because like it's not sounding distorted yet. What really matters on clippers is like, can you hear the distortion? Because if you can, it's probably not worth, like it's probably a little bit too much clipping. But if you can't hear the distortion, then the clipping is usually always good. Because you're basically just giving yourself more headroom so that when you get to that final mastering phase or limiting phase, you can push it like even harder.
Also put like a saturator on soft clip before you do your hard clip and then kind of push it like 1 dB into that, and that rounds out your transients. And like the whole goal is like to reduce your crest factor with clip to zero, which is like super technical way of just saying you want to decrease the amount of distance between your peaks and like your sustained or like your lows. So you want to just like slowly shave off those transients in a way where it's not super obvious by rounding it out and then hard clipping. And then if you do that a bunch, like it'll go like one clip gets it here and then the bottom is here, and then you just slowly get those two together, and then you got like your 5 luff mix. Yeah, positive luffs, and then you're really cooking.
5 positive. Make the speakers vibrate out of their houses. They're like houses, their boxes, cabinets. There we go. But anyway, yeah, thank you, Atlassian. Good questions, really good questions. Yeah, fire track too. I'm excited to hear if you work on this more. Keep submitting it because that's nuts. All right. Next up, we got Dreamin' 12.20. Bro, this guy's chilling. Look at that. He's mad chilling, bro.
Man, that's who we should all aspire to be.
On God. Damn. Wow.
Yeah, that was nutty. Do you want to go first on this one?
Yeah. Sorry, I keep noticing that there's something in my eye, but we're gonna live, hopefully. No, that was such a freaking fire track. So let's see these questions here. The mix master. I think the mix master sounds really great. I like the end result as far as like where you decided your loudness to be. Like it feels like it's meant to be very dynamic, and you achieve that while also making it like just loud enough. Um, Anything stick out or feel out of place? So there's one thing that felt a little bit wacky or off-putting, and that is the lead up slash build up transition here into this first drop. The timbre of the bass, I feel like you should tease that somehow, some way in your intro, because it's such a like different timbre to everything else. Um, I would like either tease the rhythm of it or tease like the timbre itself with like a reverse reverb thing or something like that. Cause that's like the only thing about this one transition that just feels like it's like, whoa, where did this sound kind of come from? And I think if you lead people into that specific timbre a little bit more, it would feel really nice. Because it does feel like a little bit jarring. It's not horrible though. Like you do have all the tension building. It's just, it's like a little bit off-putting. And I think if you want it to be that, like, we're pushing for here. And I am being a little nitpicky because this song is so fire. But yeah, that's like the only thing that stuck out to me, which is nuts. So that's a fire thing. Is it ready for release? I mean, yeah. Like I said, like that's just my gripe with it. But if you feel like it's really good, I think that it's ready. Like the only thing is this one section. Like I feel like that because it's like the first drop. Like I would say that one feeling, that feeling of jarringness is something to avoid completely. And I know you can do that. So I would say just tease that timbre or the groove of it, or both. Right, like you can tease like even just the groove of it if you don't want to tease the timbre of it. But yeah, those are my thoughts, dude. That is like literally squeaky clean. Every sound in here is awesome. The mix is great. The build and release of tension is great. I really love what you did with the pitch bend here. Those little like chords that like wing, like I just love those pitch bends. No, yeah, fire track. That's really all I have to say. I don't have much to say other than that one little intro feeling thing. So crap. That's up to you first.
Yeah. Okay, this is the kind of song that's hard to critique because it's something that like if this came on my SoundCloud recommended, I would like it and probably listen to it for like a week, like on loop or something. Yeah, I like the pitch bends a lot. Let me go back to the questions. Mixed master is pristine. I really love the use of space. Like, you don't often get this kind of like stereo field where everything is like intelligible because it all feels like it's placed differently in space. Like, and you do that with a good combination of reverb and like just width and everything. It's really nice. I think that's an underrated aspect of mixing is like you have the separation in frequencies and you have the separation in volume, but you also have like a separation in distance that makes stuff feel super organic when you have like that kind of mimicking the way that like a live band would be. Like you have obvious, like it's not orchestral or anything, but in orchestral you have like stuff is distant from you, like the violins might be close and the brass is in the back. And I think that mimicking that with your mixing is like really good. And that's not a comment on this track because it's done super pristine here. Anything stick out or feel out of place? Nah. I think it works really well. Like Magdu had said, the lead up to the first drop could be done a little bit better. One thing I did notice, maybe in like the end of the first drop, you could like reverb out the drums and everything, or like high pass the entire like filter out the entire, like filter on the master or something to kind of like lead into that break a little bit better. Because it's not, this is nitpicking, it's not a bad transition or anything, but I think you could kind of like add a more organic transition there where it kind of feels like a wave is building as you kind of like roll into the next section. But that's really me stretching to find critiques. I like it. Ready for release? Yeah. I mean, I'd release it. I think there's not many things that you could do to this where it would make it like any better. I think it's in probably one of the best states it's going to be in, and you have to like weigh to yourself, is it worth like keeping it and working on it for like an hour just to like find, hey, this resonance could be turned down like 1 dB versus like just releasing it and like recognizing that it's pretty goated. So I'd drop it. But yeah, I like this a lot. I think that, yeah, fucking drop a ping when you drop it. I'll bump this for sure.
Yeah, 100. Yeah, this makes me feel bad for like submitting a half-baked bass track, but honestly, this is so off theme, Luna. How could you? It's too good. It's actually amazing though. Yeah, please ping that. That's really cool.
Yeah, just at everyone when you drop it and let everybody know.
Hell yeah. All right, Poyo said to reload this. There we go. There's this question.
What genre are we gonna get today? Want to make a guess?
All right. It's pretty bricked. I mean, this could be rhythm. This could be
waveform is looking like a rhythm.
He could have returned. He may have returned back to the rhythm.
I think we might have got it. It's rhythm.
これで邪魔者は全て消えた。他の者は僕を信じきっている。警察を支配するのも時間の問題だ。どうだ、エル。完全に僕の勝ちだ。僕の勝ちだ。僕がキラだ。僕がキラだ。
It was indeed rhythm.
He's back with it. All right, yeah, all right. Kick us off, bro.
Yeah, I'll take that one. So, is there too much swing in the way it flows? Maybe seems offbeat, but still on? Nah, that's just how rhythm works. Like, it sounds like you have some kind of like track delay is what it sounds like on the bass, or like the transient's not hitting on the one, or like transient got taken away, but that's just how it's like the rhythm sound. And I think if you had it hitting straight, then it would not work as well. I think that like the delay in rhythm is a core aspect of like why it kind of pops off so hard. Overall vibe hitting for the world of Death Note, yes. Although I think if you wanted to do more Death Note vibes, this is like, as someone that had like a big autistic obsession with the Death Note soundtrack, you could just put like a bunch of stabs. Like Death Note is big on its Gregorian choir. You could sample that or like have more big string hits. I don't know. But there's also, I don't know. It fits the world pretty well. That's just like a nitpicky thing if you wanted to make it sound like the soundtrack, I guess. But you don't really need to do that. Unique ways to make wavetables. Magduet's going to be your guy for that. He has a bunch of cool experimental wavetable stuff, but I don't know. Just drag shit into Serum or drag shit into Vital. Like anything is a wavetable. That's the best way to make wavetables is just to use anything in my experience. Uh, I don't know. Magduet will give a lot better feedback on that because I haven't really dived too much into making it. All right, you take it away. I like that a lot, by the way. It's chugging.
Yeah, yeah. I'm glad that Poyo's back on the grind of rhythm. Yeah, I agree. I don't think there's too much swing. I do think that the only section that feels a little bit weird to me is when you take the beat out here. I don't know. It's hard for me to like really latch onto the bass without some of that four on the floor like drum energy. And like maybe that's just me, but it's like really hard to latch on to the flow during that section. I think even if you had like a really subtle thing happening, like even if it's just the hi-hat or even if it's not even like the full hi-hat, just like a quiet version of the hi-hat, I think that would really help. So that way you don't have like the kick and snare at all and it's not like energized, but you can still like grab on to the flow. I feel like the overall vibe is pretty well fitting, but yeah, I agree with Percy. Whenever you said the Gregorian choir-y stuff, that's like, yeah, like if you have like a choir or like, yeah, I think the choir would go hard.
I'll send a sample real quick just for vibes.
Yeah, even for like short periods of time as like a call to like respond with like all of the rhythm stuff, I think that would be dope. And yeah, what are some unique ways to make some wavetables? So my favorite way recently has been to take AI generated images and then process the images so that they're a little bit less like sharp. Because like by default, like images usually have quite aggressively like cut out lines, but you can blur them inside of something like GIMP or Photoshop or whatever you want to use. Really, I'm sure like a bajillion different editing software for images have blurring functions, but yeah, you just blur it slightly and then yeah, you can import that picture into Serum and then just mess around with that. Another fun one, if you don't have Serum, is to take resonators, preferably ones that are a little bit weirder, but like any resonator will work, and put that over top of something that's already like a thing. So like maybe a sound that you already designed or, like even just like a recorded thing, and then drag that sample into Vital's vocoder wavetable synthesizer. And yeah, that sounds like really cool too. But my favorite so far has been the AI image to Serum. That's probably the most fun thing. The resonator one, like I really love, but for me, like I use this thing called 2C Kaleidoscope. And unless you're willing to like dump some money on it, it's basically a resonator that lets you import an image, and then the image is what dictates what notes resonate. And it's like so crazy for sound design. The reason why I ended up getting it was because Eli Derp had this whole like video on it, and I just was so inspired by it. So making wavetables out of those samples is what I really mean by the resonator, but it also works with resonators that are just like hitting one pitch. It's just not quite as spicy.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's my TLDR on wavetables. But yeah, Serum and Vital are great tools. If you have another really good one is Phaseplant. Phaseplant, you can just import any audio and turn it into a wavetable. So yeah, those are probably the top 3 for wavetable editing. But yeah, thank you, Poyo. Fire. He's back.
You gotta play the Death Note. You gotta play the Death Note bell. Check Discord.
Did you send it? Did you send it?
Yeah, you gotta put this in the song, Poyo. It's the Death Note song. You gotta.
Yeah, having that would go hard. I don't want to get. I assume we
Yeah,
wouldn't get
no
strike, but
copyright strike. We'd lose our
We gotta
0 cents of revenue.
We gotta practice good habits now so that it doesn't bite us later on in the future.
Yeah,
But
that's
yeah,
true.
yeah, that kind of like choiry bell thing, like any of that kind of stuff would just go so hard.
It fits rhythm pretty well too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I think it worked great. But anyway, on to the next banger. We've got Great Owl with Flustras Arbopinto. I hope I pronounced that right. Yeah. I don't know why I started playing my track.
Those harmonics are cracked, bro.
A journey. A journey indeed. I guess am I going first? Let's see here. So is there enough building tension and release to keep this pretty simple arrangement moving forward? I would say yes. I think that during the breakdown sections, it's a little bit too calm. I think maybe just a little bit too calm. Like, it would be nice to have like something driving those sections a little bit more like rhythmically. And I know you do have like the delayed snare thing or clap, whatever that is. But I think having like a little bit more, like maybe like a hat or anything really, like it could be any percussion instrument, but just something else that's a little bit less delayed and more like forward. But other than that, I think that that's like the only thing tension related that like felt a little bit off-putting. But if you do want to drop down to that level of just like nothingness happening, you could definitely do it. I would just say lead into it a little bit more. So maybe have it like be a little bit less abrupt into that and like somewhat kind of taper into it. But that is my only opinion on that question. This track relies a lot on doing design in the basses. Do they get the job done? I think for the most part, yes. I think that the basses sound really cool. I think that this one bass here, and you can even see it there, I personally don't like the second harmonic jumping up that much. Like, I think it takes away from the sub, like, oomph. But if you really like it, I mean, I feel like that could be, like, a creative choice on your end. So I'm not going to, like, harp too much on it. But that's just my own personal thought. Is the... okay, as far as the sound design... Yeah, I mean, like, it's fire, dude. Like, everything else was fire. That's probably the only bass that stuck out to me in, like, a muddy way, because everything else kind of has room there, so it just felt I guess like different from the rest of the track. Is the extra slow tempo sogging the energy too much, or are the forest creatures just deep in a blissful trance and swaying properly? I mean, I feel like the drops are great. Like, I feel like the drops hit exactly the way they need to. So yeah, it's really just these breakdowns that felt a little bit too slow. But I mean, like, that's also just preferential. Like, I want to be able to, like, maybe not dance to this. I mean, you could, but like, it's so like the swaying energy that you're going for, I feel like it's lost here because there really isn't that like tempo to like sway to. But maybe you want people to just stand there too for a minute, you know, like that's, but I would want to keep swaying. I think that keeping swaying could be the vibe. But yeah, I think that's really all I wanted to say, dude. That was really cool. I'm excited to see this one in full because it feels like done basically. But yeah, what do you think, Percy?
I agree largely about the breaks. I think that the tension and release in the drops are really good, and like the different stages. Like in the first drop, you have like that first stage where it's kind of like teasing at the full harmonicism of the second drop, or like the second half of the drop, and then it comes in. That's nice. I think that, like Magdo had said, like you could do with more organic percussion is what I was hearing. Like just some kind of like Foley or something to keep it moving. I also thought that you could put some wavy effects like in the intro. Not wavy is a bad word for it, but just something to ebb and flow through the sections. Like it doesn't have to be super obvious, but it can just be something more buried in the background, I guess. Basses are hitting largely. I think kind of like what Magdo had said, the one that he pointed out is not my favorite, and then also like there's a second variation of it at like 244 that I kinda like it. I think it could be EQ'd better and it would fit in the context of the song. Or, the one after that. No, the one right after this section. I think it comes off a bit too strong. I don't know.
I feel that
like
it's not as aggressive as the first one, but it does feel like the same kind of awkwardness in the mix.
Yeah,
of it, in the EQing of it, rather.
And that's just like a personal preference. If you fuck with it, then you fuck with it. I have specific sound design tastes, but the extra slow tempo, no, I don't think so. I think that the forest creatures are definitely in a blissful trance and swaying properly, and the wind is moving the trees at a very slow, blissful tempo of 111 beats per minute. And if you wanted to add more windy effects or like more whooshes in the intro and the break, then the trees would be swaying in the breaks as well. But right now they're kind of standing still, like Magduit said, menacingly watching.
I feel like Al should get a cajon or like some kind of like or bongos or something. I feel like you would flex with those, Al. I feel like just having that human perk stuff going on and like making it just all off grid, all just like really natural would be nice. But
Yeah,
that's
lean into
just
the organic vibes with that.
that's my greedy side though, all right? You're already doing wonders. I'm just being a little greedy. But anyway, yeah, fire track. That was awesome. I assume that. Sorry, Percy. Did you have anything else you wanted to say? I
Oh
think
no,
was it.
that was
Yeah.
my closing note about the trees swaying. Had
Yeah.
to get that out there.
Fire, Al. Keep flexing. I'm excited to see where your jungle creature EP goes because it's gonna be crazy. All right. Next up, we got Joe Blob. What a great name. That's a fire name. I don't know if
Yeah,
I've seen
I
Joe
agree.
Blob on here yet. So welcome, Joe Blob. Holy
Holy
moly.
moly.
Holy moly! Holy moly!
Some wook bass.
Holy
Love it.
moly. Holy
Indeed.
moly indeed. Yeah. Flex, what do you
All
think?
right. So, does the mix sound balanced? Do I recommend any adjustments? Tried turning the sub up as much as I could, but anymore and it sounded muddy. Might be an issue with the sub itself or the key being too low. I hate to break it to you, the key might indeed be too low. In the first drop, there's a lot of D or C sharp, and in the second drop, there's a lot of Ds, and that's not always. There's a lot of systems that that's not going to hit on. It's why a lot of people gripe about the D sharp minor, and F minor, but there's a good reason why we stick to these keys, and it's because they hit on all systems really. Uh, but that can be easily fixed. My personal tech for transposing a song is to I transpose everything without listening to it once, and then I don't touch the song for like a day or 2 days, and then I come back to the transposed song because I find that if I listen to it, then transpose it, and then listen to it again, the song will sound gross to me forever because it's not the original. But if you give like that 1 day before you listen to it after transposing, then you don't have that issue. I don't know if that's just a me thing, but I've heard other homies talk about it. So that's my personal technique. The drop's too busy. Does the sound design sound pleasant or harsh? I love the sound design personally. It's got that like a classic Wookiee bass style that I really love. Like with the, I don't know if you were making the basses with like a shifter at like 50% wet, but it has that classic like notch filtered schmackin'. I like it. A personal favorite part is the slap bass, that little riff that you have. I love slap basses and dubstep. I have like a whole playlist of songs that sample acoustic basses, or like just real basses in general. I think it works super well, and every time that hit, it was dope. The unfortunate mistake of sound designing was side widener 2 on, so you have to make stuff mono. Um, Mid side EQ, I guess. I don't know. I'm not the best about mono stuff because I'm like a primarily headphone person, and I kind of just say fuck it when it comes to like summing to mono. But unless you've tested it on like, have you tested it on a mono system or like played it out mono and it didn't work super well? Or I'll wait for a response on that. Because if it's working, I would test it first. Because I don't know if it would be too bad when summed to mono. Like stuff feels at least kind of. It seems like the kind of sound that would sum fine, I guess is what I'm saying. Mono mode with utility, gotcha. Uh, I don't know. It's hard to kind of get stuff that doesn't sound the best in mono to work in mono. You could always sum it to mono, sum everything to mono, like all the bases, and then process it a little bit after that. So you kind of just like get the mono bass to start with, and then kind of like redistort it a little bit, add more edge to it, and then you can add more width with like small amounts of convolution reverb and like mid side EQ. So you kind of like reintroduce that width. So you have more controlled summing to mono if you do that. So you don't have to like just have the summing to mono that's bad. Like you can just sum it to mono and reintroduce stereo and kind of redistort. But yeah, I just play around with that. Mag, do it. You got
Word. Yeah. I'm gonna go backwards just because Percy was just talking about this. So yeah, Percy brushed on it, but I think the best way to add stereo information to basses is with convolution reverb and using like a really, really short sample, like a super small sample. And like the reason why is, first of all, it's like really easy to EQ into the reverb and out of the reverb. So it's like easy to not have your sub touch it and stuff like that if you want to go that route, which I recommend. And like the thing about wideners, and there's nothing wrong with them, like I use wideners every once in a while, but I found that they never did what I wanted them to do. And like what I want a widener to do is create like a fuller sound, but more often than not, it doesn't really create a fuller sound. It just kind of places it in a different area in the stereo field. Whereas if you're using things like reverb or even things like chorusing or anything like that, chorusing is another great one. You're going to get like a fuller sound, which is what I think you were aiming for. So yeah, I would experiment with really short very heavily, not heavily EQ'd, but very consciously EQ'd reverb, specifically convolution reverb, because you can just grab like a snare sample even, or like something really short and like something that's not really that like I guess full in timbre. Like it's not gonna have like any note sound to it, right? Like a snare is kind of like atonal. Drums are usually kind of atonal. So yeah, something that's like atonal but like really short would be a great sample. Are the drops too busy, and does the sound design sound pleasant or too harsh all over the place? So there's two. Let's just start with the harsh aspect. There's two things I found harsh. The first thing is this guitar, the like distorted. You can hear it right there. When it hits these high notes, this like D7, what is that, like 23K, 2.3K, sorry. That is hitting a little hard. Those specific parts of that distorted guitar are a little harsh, I think. And then the I don't think anything else sounds really harsh. I just think, yeah, there's like this balancing issue between the high frequencies and the sub. And yeah, some of that is because of the notes that it's hitting. Something you might be able to get away with is trying to limit, like, so, or clip your mids and highs a little bit more. So like take away a little bit more of those frequencies and then boost all of that a little bit more into like a limiter. Another thing you can try and do is sidechain your sub into everything else. So like even your mid basses. So that way the sub has a little bit more girth. Like if you use M Ring Mod, which is free, it's Melda's ring modulator, you can sidechain the sub into everything else with that. And I have found that it kind of lets the sub like take over the whole song in a way where even if you're hitting these lower notes, you can still feel the sub cutting through everything. And I think it sounds really pleasant on tracks that you don't mind being a little bit more sub heavy. But it sounds like you want like a really balanced song here. So the best option, unfortunately, is the whole transposition thing. And it's yeah, like Percy was saying, like there's reasons why certain keys are the way that are used as often as they are in bass music. And there's certain notes that just hit really hard. And yeah, like D sharp being like the bottom note, like the very bottom note, just it feels so good to most people. So that's usually where people will kind of like go to. But you, like I said, you can get away with the other stuff. You can add another harmonic. You can get away with like adding second and third harmonics to try and like push that area a little bit more so that the listener can hear it even though they can't feel it. Especially on something like headphones, which is what we're both listening through headphones. So like on headphones, there's like nothing. Not nothing, it just feels very unbalanced. Like it's very hard to hear. Can
I jump in with my rule of thumb with that stuff?
Yeah.
So the way that I go about it is if I want to have a bass line that's primarily notes going down to the tonic. So like if I want my tonic to be the lowest note, then I normally go with D sharp. Because it's like that's the lowest one that you can have consistently resonate on systems. Like anything lower than that gets really really sus in terms of being standard, like able to be hit. So if I want to be able to go from like D sharp Phrygian, for example, like you hit E and then you have D sharp as your tonic note, you can have a nice resolution there. But if I want to have a bass line that like the tonic is not necessarily the lowest note, like if I want to be able to go down, then I usually go with F because you can go pretty cleanly to D sharp, which is the minor 7, which is like just the standard seventh note in a minor key, which is pretty nice. It has a nice texture. It's good for a lot of like melodic stuff because having the 7th in the bass can be dope. But if you go lower than that, like Magda was touching on, you just got to add second harmonics because the way that things work is like at 40, like I can't remember where F is. I think it's like 40, 42 or something hertz.
Here, let's
If
see.
you have this,
42.
yeah, look at that on the dot. But if you double
42.7.
that, which is the second harmonic is the next octave up, you have like 80, 84, which can be kind of not the best on a system. Like it resonates weirdly and it kind of hurts your ears if it's too loud. But once you get down to like C, which I think is like 20, 25, or well, no, it's like 30, 33 or something. But once you double that, it gets a lot more tolerable. You get in like the 60s, which you can still hear as bass. And that's how like a lot of rap works. You can have 808s that hit like C1, like the low C, or you can have like a B even below that. And they just really smash the 808s, and that's what makes it come through on all the systems. So, but it's just a lot of effort. Like you kind of have to go through and have like a different sub bass for those low notes that has the second harmonic, and you can't have that on your higher notes, which is why people just stick to D sharp and F.
Facts.
That's my spiel.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's literally the vibe. Because yeah, there's tons of 808s that'll hit like C0 or like you were saying C1, and the only way that it sounds good is because they've got those harmonics like helping it along the way. But anyway, yeah. So those are my critiques on the sound design. I think, all right, now this is just maybe me. All right, I think this second drop is a little bit too samey compared to the first drop. I think you could get away with a little bit of a timbre change on the bass. And I think that when you do this little cutout vocal thing, I think you could do some modulation on the vocals, maybe like having it pitch down over time, or maybe do something weird with that. I think that having that same exact kind of cutout thing happen twice exactly the same way, the second time I hear it, it just doesn't feel as good, which is, you kind of want to, the way that I think about music as far as tension is, here, I'll grab a little paint thing here. So like if this is like time, oh, hang on, let me grab like a bit of a thicker brush. This is like, all right. If this is time and this is energy, this is kind of what you want your track to do. You want your track to start at low. Let's see. Let me make sure you can see this too. I think you can.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah, you want it to go from like a low energy to like a high energy. And maybe this is like your first drop, right? So then you got like this first drop. Then you have like a breakdown section, right? And then you want the last drop to feel even higher energy than the first drop. And then you want it to go down. And a lot of people sometimes don't fully understand this earlier on, and maybe this is just something that like it took me a while to figure this out, but the idea here is by doing this, you're creating this second drop feeling of making that second drop even more exciting than the first drop. So with the mixdown, you don't always have to approach it from the mixdown perspective. In this case, I would approach it from the arrangement perspective and just do some slight variations to what the arrangement is currently to make it feel like really exciting during that section. Because in my opinion, your track, let me just undo this here. Your track kind of does this. And then because it's the same thing, I would say it even is doing this a little bit, which doesn't feel as good. And you could do one of two things here. You could weaken this first drop in some ways. Maybe don't include the vocal cut thing there. And then maybe make the basses like a little bit less intense. But I feel like that's not the way to go. I think the way to go is to really flex on that second drop a little bit more, because I did like the first drop a lot. So yeah, those are my thought processes when it comes to that. And as for your first question, does the mix sound balance and do you recommend any adjustments? I kind of went over that actually a little bit. I think that those little bit of harsh frequencies on the guitar could be cut out, and it was like around 2.3K. And I think that the bass is just balanced weirdly. So I think if you can pull down some of the high end a little bit and then boost some of the sub by either clipping it more or adding those harmonics, or like we talked about, the whole transposition thing, then I think you'll have yourself a really well mixed track, because I did like everything else. Oh, the one thing that I actually did not talk about mix wise, but I guess this is technically mixing. The sidechain I think could be a little bit more felt, because it's not bad. But here, I'll play it again.
Holy moly!
I want that kick to like, you know what I'm saying? I want to get punched by that kick, and I'm not quite feeling that. And I think that could also be, maybe it feels like there's not as much low end in the kick as there could be as well. So that could be because it's not cutting out enough sub, or because it just doesn't have quite enough low end. But yeah, I would try and make it feel like the kick is punching just a little bit harder. And usually the first thing I look at when it comes to that is the side chain. So yeah, but those are my thoughts, dude. I think that was a really fun track though. I think that it's got that like holy moly vibe, bro.
Yeah.
And Joe Blob, it's a Joe Blob vibe for sure. That's like a great name.
I like
for
the
that
cover
style.
too. That shit's kind of.
Yeah. Like it's great. It's great. I think the whole
Although
vibe is
that
awesome.
pumpkin is out of date, sir. You know it's Christmas time now. He's got to have a hat.
Yeah, he's gotta have a Santa hat. If he had a Santa hat, then it would be fine.
Yeah,
But
you got to put an Easter bunny in there too, so it's like agnostic to all the seasons. Just have like every holiday creature there.
yeah, maybe even put the Tooth Fairy while you're at it. May as well, right? But yeah, thank you very much, Joe Blob. All right, next up we got the man himself.
Wow, it's me.
It's Permute. Sorry, it's Permute with the Great Wall of Bass. Who are you trying to keep out? No, let's
Trying to keep out I don't know.
The
Everybody
haters.
can come in. Yeah, the haters.
the
be
haters
gone.
can stay away. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's hear it.
My half-baked whip for the night.
Mine's probably even more half. Mine's quarter baked.
That's the name fits well. The half-baked bass.
Yeah, that was really cool. All right, let me address your questions. So, is the flow slash bass processing and the drop cooking? So, the flow is cooking. I think the flow, it works really great. The bass processing is almost immaculate. There's one bass that doesn't quite resonate with me, and it is
Not
that
the
one.
noise bass.
It's the noise bass.
Not the noise bass.
And I feel like it's the low notes that just don't flex. I mean, like I'll be honest, the whole noise bass wasn't resonating with me. But
Yeah.
the lowest notes especially feel like, I don't know, like I think that you're cutting out too much high frequency. Like, and
Oh
maybe-
yeah,
maybe it's
definitely.
Or maybe it's not that. Maybe it's just that the high frequency isn't stable enough. Because there's like this aliasing feeling. And I don't know, it just doesn't, it feels like, God, I don't know if it's like farty almost. I feel bad saying it. I feel,
No.
but it has like a little bit too much gas, bro. Too much gas.
Bro had too many beans before he came on the track.
Yeah, but it's like a really great timbre other than that one aspect of it. Like the low end I think isn't that that it's not bad. Like the low
Yeah.
end actually I kind of like. It's just like the noise section of it. So I don't
That
know.
makes sense. I haven't even processed that one like in context of the track, and that might also be why. Like it's literally everything else is like handcrafted for this, and then I just kind of took a Vital preset that I'd made and dropped it in there. So that's probably why, not gonna lie.
Word. Well, yeah, I mean, like it's good. Like the flow of it's great, and like I said, like the idea is great, especially on the low mids and the low end. It's just that one timbre of the noise just doesn't quite flex. I would recommend trying like a flutter bass vibe where you do more stereo stuff with it. Because
Because it's like the only mono thing there. It's like purely mono throughout, isn't it?
yeah, yeah. And wait, what's the question? I'm listening to it on headphones. Real. But that means I can really hear the high end. The high end is perfect. The sub sounds good anyway. I know that the sub sounds fine. But yeah, no. So my thought. Oh wait, or was he answering someone else? Oh, okay. I'm reading chat when I shouldn't be. So no, yeah.
Yeah, come on, man.
The idea here is, yeah, I think a flutter bass or like some kind of a stereo panning like LFO thing would work really well there to like solve that issue. Plus, like you were saying, it would add like a lot of that stereo depth to that one sound. But yeah, that is the only thing that I thought was negative at all about this entire. Everything else is like literally immaculate. I love.
Okay, I have one question about the with the spectral thing. So when I rendered them out and I did the MudPie, there was like a bunch of high-end artifacting, and I haven't been able to get rid of it, and I can kind of hear it like in the drop, but I think it's just my ears that are super hypersensitive to it. Do the spectral basses come across fine?
Yes. Oh yeah. I didn't even notice anything bad. And I would say, all right, here's my like. Sure, there's moments like I see what you're talking about there. There's like moments where you get like little spectral like, almost like screech noises, right? Like if you're really, really not a fan of it, you could cut those out with an EQ manually.
Yeah.
But also, I don't think it's so obvious. But I see like it's hard to mix it / master it though, because you can't push it. Like every time you push it harder, you're gonna notice it more and more. So
I might just like kind of tame those peaks, and then I can push the rest up, like you said. I'm waiting until I can get back on my PC because I have I'm blanking on the name. Spectre, I think it's called. Soothe, that one.
Soothe, yeah.
Yeah. I can use Soothe because the FabFilter peak, like dynamic peak, isn't as good. So I might just throw Soothe on it and like those very high end so I can push the rest after. But
or now this is a thought. This is like a crazy thought. You could low pass it. Like you could just cut a lot of that away and then add something. Because that works for me all the time. Like I've had situations where like I don't really like the high end like of a sample that I did a while ago. But I know how to process high end like differently now than I would have then. And that has worked for me really well in the past where like I'll just layer something on top and it works great. Especially if you can kind of have it follow like a similar movement, although it doesn't even really need to follow a similar movement. I think if you're distorting everything together and you're clipping everything together, then it usually kind of works out. So yeah, no, those are my suggestions. But I personally did not notice it the first listen through. But I can see why
it's just
you're
one of
worried
those
about
things.
it.
Like after to make it like listenable more than once and like make it play out live pretty decently.
Oh, absolutely.
I want to tame that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, because every time you go to push the LUFS, it's just going to get more and more obvious. Which
and it's at like -10. It's at like -8 without like the whatever gain staging you have. But I think I want to push it to like maybe -6 because like I'm using Volume as reference for this stuff because he does like the spectral bass. And he has his at like -6, so that's what I want to target.
Yeah, -6 is a really good landing zone for a lot of this stuff. So yeah. And let me see what other questions. Any other feedbacks? I think you could be a little bit more, what's the word? Progressive or dynamic or tension oriented with your reverse crash / snare, not snare, sorry, cymbal sections. So like by the time this second reverse crash comes around, I wanted that cymbal to be a little bit more obvious, like have maybe like an actual crash after that. And then this one, and then that one have like a really obvious like transient crash, like here's another section. Like,
Yeah.
I think that having that progression in those little tension moments can really help.
I need to go through like the Kashmir packs and just find like a good reverse crash, because that's the it's not actually a reverse crash, it's like reverse reverb for the Guya hang or whatever that instrument's called hit.
Oh,
So I think just going through and doing like a reverse crash, a little bit of like riser effects, and maybe some impacts, just like ones that would fit in the context would work really well.
hell yeah. And something that I can recommend to you, just because it's helped me out a lot with my own reverse crash stuff, is going through a lot of my sample packs and then finding crashes that I really like with that in mind, reversing them and then rendering them and saving them separately as a reverse symbol. So that way
Just
I
so
can
you have it
type
ready
up,
to go.
yeah, that way when you type up like reverse crash or reverse symbol, it pops up with that list of symbols that you really like,
Yeah.
and they're already reversed, and that helps me like feel like more ready to do that, because like the process of reversing it every time, although it is quick because you just press R, like it's not like crazy. It's just one of those things where when you just control F and look for what you want and it's there, it makes you more likely, or it makes me more likely to use it, which
You also know like what it'll sound like in the context of the song. Whereas like when it's not reversed, you can guess like this timbre will be good reverse for this part, but you don't know until you reversed it. So it just saves time too. That's a good shout.
exactly. But yeah, dude, I am excited for this one to keep growing, because this he's talking bass. You're talking bass, bro.
Yeah, that guy's a little yapper, man. He's talking.
Speaking my language, bro. Speaking my language. But no, that was super fire, dude. Gosh, every single song so far I feel like has been better than my submission, which is
No. You're submitting good.
as far as the level of flexing. But no, holy crap! Now there's Concow. Oh goodness.
Oh man, and we still have the Mewy tune for the night
Oh
too.
my
This
God.
is that's a
We're-
good night for bass music.
We're blessed. That's what we are. All right, Snollygoster. What an interesting name.
Yeah. That was wonderful.
Yeah, that was cool. That was cool. Do you want to go first? I think you should. I
Yes.
just talked a while, you know.
Yep. Okay. So piano part in the beginning sound fairly harmonious, some jazzy chromatic steps. Yeah, I liked it a lot. I think I'm jazz coded. There was like one spot that made my ear think that the lick was about to happen, but I don't think that'll happen to like the average listener. I think it works really well. It's just because that's like a common idiom in jazz music that my ear kind of like got thrown off for a section, but that's a that's a me issue personally. I like it a lot. Does it become too busy in some parts? Not at all. I think it has the perfect level of like, well, not perfectly stuff going on. There's something I'll mention later, but I think that for the stuff that's here, it is wonderful. I love the percussion is really nice. Someone mentioned the mix being incredible in the chat. I'm gonna have to agree there. It's pretty goated. Like everything is spacious, everything is nice. And then you have like really harmonic bass. Your harmonics are slapping in the context of the chords. It's really nice. The levels, nothing is ear piercing, no. I think the sub fit really well. I think you could have something in the high end to balance it out, which leads to the fourth question. I don't think it gets too repetitive or boring, but I'm gonna shout here and say you could add some reverbed, and I'm talking mega reverbed piano hits in the drop in the high end, like some just some small. I'm not saying like a melodic thing, but like some two note leads on like 8 bar or 16 bar segments, just to kind of like pull you into the next like section in the loose term of the drop, because it's a big organic drop, but I think it's missing something like a little dun dun, or I don't know, bro. I don't have my piano right here, but my suggestion for that would be to make a new patch with the same piano, put it into convolution reverb with like cashmere white noise as the convolution sample, and what that does is it smears the entire hit across the white noise, and you use white noise because it has like full frequency presence. So every section of the piano hit, it just kind of gets stretched across time, and it's really nice. It's like a That's the color based sauce for like atmospheric intros too, is white noise and convolution reverb, and you can kind of like stretch it or fade it out to help make it less dense if you want. But I would definitely do that. And then that high end like sustain from the convolution reverb, it'll make the whole drop have more high end presence that I think it's kind of missing. But other than that, and like I don't know, it's really good. The percussion is really nice. That's my favorite part. Um that's about all I gotta say. It was goated.
Heck yeah. Yeah, this is a little bit different from Con Cow. I don't know if it's good or bad different. Maybe in some ways better and in some ways worse. And don't take that the wrong way, because I'm really inspired by your stuff. I feel like the first question I will answer by saying that by fairly harmonious, that is a interesting way to put it. I think that it sounds not bad, but also not good. It's like, I'm not sure how I feel about it. I think the main reason why is because most of your notes sit in the low mids. So like, even though the notes kind of work well together, I personally don't like a lot of frequencies there. Like, I'm not a big fan of the frequencies that exist within the low mid area. So that could be why I am slightly biased in what I have just said. So take what I am saying with a grain of salt. But I think you could benefit from either removing some of the frequencies, like not removing, but like reducing some of the frequencies, maybe even dynamically in that area. So like the fundamentals of these notes, or just changing the pitch of these notes and then maybe adding just one note underneath that. Because, yeah, I feel like when you have all those notes together, it starts to like distort weirdly, just because of the way like lower frequencies work. So you're having all of these other frequencies, like all of the frequencies are intermingling in a way where you get unpleasant distortion to me, but if you enjoy it, keep it. But that's just my thought. I would say put it up an octave and then maybe pick one of those notes as like the root note to have in that section. As for the forced aspect, I don't think it sounds forced. Like, I think you did a good job at making it sound really nice. It's just that one potentially opinionated gripe that I have about it. So yeah, no, I thought everything else sounded really cool. And it's really just in this intro section, because during these it feels like less obvious because the mix is kind of like around it now. So, but even there, it like adds to the feeling of Mud, but it's not like as obvious. How are my levels? Anything stand out as ear piercing? For some reason, the snare, I don't know if I like the snare. Just the snare, like the pitch of it. But I do love all of the surrounding percussion, so, and I'm being like super picky. I don't know. I'm trying to really find stuff because the track itself is quite unique and interesting. How am I? Okay, so I think that the only thing to me that does get repetitive is the bass flow. So like, because I think you're just hitting the same kind of like set of notes throughout the drop. But it's also like trance inducing, so I don't know what kind of vibe you're going for, but that is just the only thing about the drop sections that I thought gets a little bit stale towards like the halfway point. Like up until here, I think it's fine, and then eventually it starts to like stop being interesting because it is just the sub bass. Maybe adding like a mid bass section on top of that, or even just like one or two harmonics if you're trying to keep it like super subtle. That would be, I think, cool. But overall, as far as the style, it's like something really, I feel like you're going out on a limb here and trying new things, which is awesome. Like, I think it sounds really good, especially if this is something you're trying out for the first time. So yeah, I think you should keep growing this, because it's like way more, yeah, I can feel the jazz goal, and it's nice. Because I think that, yeah, it's like very free, as far as when compared to like your traditional keys and arrangements that we all tend to work within. So yeah, it's inspiring. I feel like I need to try more of this because I feel like you're learning a lot by doing these things. But anyway,
it's like the church pianist took like mushrooms or something. Like you have like the typical gospel like idiomatic chord movements, like the 4/1 and stuff I hear there. But then it's like so free and not really constrained rhythmically or anything. It really works nicely. I like it.
Yeah, and I think it's really fun. Like the vibe that you've created here is very like, I don't know what the technical word would be. It's like curious, you know, like you're sparking curiosity, which is nice. It's like like I don't normally get that kind of a vibe from music. So yeah,
Lo-fi based music to study and be curious too.
On G for real though. But yeah, keep cooking, Concow. Really cool stuff. Really cool stuff. I'm excited. Always excited for more Concow. As Dino always says, it's West Coast King right there. All right. Oh my gosh, I think this is Serge's first submission for FIF, which is super hype. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. If I am wrong, call me out now, Serge. But if I'm not wrong, I'm very excited because Serge cooks in GarageBand. But just prepare yourself because this is going to be fire. I already know it's going to be fire. So yeah, here we go.
That's kind of
Wow.
crazy, bro.
I forget. Am I going first? You? Do you want to go
Yep,
first?
your turn.
Okay. All right. All right. All right. Is there anything wrong mix wise? So, not really. Yeah. Let me just do a quick little. I think there's like once again I'm a stickler for this. So grain of salt, right? This is like test it and see if it works better, and if it doesn't, don't do it. Same with Yukon Cow. But I feel like there's a little bit of low mid energy that doesn't feel like the harmonics on that just don't feel quite dope. I think it would be a little bit nicer with a little bit less harmonics that are right next to the sub, like the ones that are like right next to that fundamental, just so that the sub sticks out more. And then on top of that, maybe make the sub a little bit louder in comparison to the other things. Like there's a really good curve here, but I feel like the high end is a little bit too harsh. So I think it's not that the sub is too quiet. I think it's that everything else is like a little bit too loud in comparison. So yeah, I would say maybe try a clipper. I think clipping helps a lot with high end, because as soon as you start to clip, you are essentially like removing like a lot of energy from like the whole, I shouldn't say removing, you're controlling a lot of the energy from all the different individual buses that you put them on. And most of the energy, as we kind of briefly touched on earlier, not only comes from the sub, but mainly the high end. So like, especially from a Luff perspective. So I think you could get away with clipping things a little bit more aggressively to help kind of tame the high end, and then, you know, turning it all up later with like the limiter or whatever mastering processing you're doing. As for the build up, I saw a comment about this and I agree a little bit with this. I think that you could make this section longer. It's not that it's bad as is, but I think that this style of music really benefits from having like a dedicated breakdown section, almost like the one that you have in the outro here. I think if you had that kind of a section in the middle here, it would really benefit the arrangement of the whole song. And maybe even, I mean, like I don't know if it doesn't feel like you really tease this vibe a lot in the intro, but I think like maybe gently nudging the listener in the direction of this section in the intro, breakdown, and outro would be a nice kind of like return to center sort of feeling throughout the whole song. So that way, like the listener is like, after you go into these like crazy drop sections, you can like keep returning to that like very pleasant vibe. I really like this outro. I just got to say this as well from an arrangement perspective. Your motifs for your bass lines are always so good, dude. Like they're always just so cracked. So yeah, keep getting what's in your head into the DAW, because it's working quite well. Mix is sounding pretty clean in my car and studio, but please let me know how you feel about the... Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. Does the sub stick out enough? So, yeah, that kind of goes back to what I was saying before. I think not, but I think a lot of that's just because of the balance between the sub and everything else. So I think if you kind of tame some of the high end before whatever mastering you're doing, and then kind of boost everything up, it'll work out great. I think also... Hang on a second. I think the kick could be a little bit heavier sidechained. Just a thought. I feel like it's one of those things where whenever I'm hearing these styles of music, I want that kick to like nothing. Like I want that kick to be like, I'm here, you know, I'm ready to knock some people's faces and shit. You know, I want it to be like so obvious that things are getting out of the way for that kick. So I think that could really help. But those are my thoughts. Percy, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, you covered a lot of what I was going to say. I think the mix, you'd need to tame the high end a little bit. And like Magdu had said, you can smash clippers with this style of music, because it's not like the main drawback of clippers is usually missing dynamics. But this is dubstep. This is dubstep. You don't need dynamics. So smash that shit and then kind of mix everything around your sub bass. And then then you can turn stuff up when you have headroom. And then it kind of just works out when you do it that way, because everything, as long as you get the ratios and volume between everything, like, then you can turn it up and the ratios stay the same. Or like the not ratios stay the same, but like all the volumes compared to each other. And that's the big thing. I think you should make the sub louder purely because the sub is like pretty melodic, especially in the first drop. Like it's hitting some cool little motifs and melodies. And I don't know if it's my shitty DT 900 Pro X's that have no bass response, but I was missing some of that. The build up between drop 1 and 2. I'm missing a break there, like Magdu had said. You really cook on like this motific development in the intro and in the outro that I kind of expected and had teased in the build up, but then it was just like into another drop. And for this style, like Magdu had said, it's good to have stuff that you can play out live, especially, or like can be played out live to kind of tame the energy and take you on a journey before you come back into this like face melting, like destroy your neck head banging in Lost Lands, because that's where this track is going, surely. I just wanted to say I really liked the ghost flow you did, and like the second half of drop 1, like you introduced a little bit of those offbeat syncopated like triplet growls, and that made my head go Bert. I love that shit. I think the flow in the second half kind of caught me off guard. I grew into it, but I think especially in the very beginning of the second half, it was or in the second drop, I mean, it kind of took me out of my flow state for a little bit. But that could just be a me thing. Like if it's something that you enjoy creatively, then it's probably just me having very picky tastes. Other than that, you cooked. Second song here on Fief, and both of them have been bangers. Keep it up, man.
Yeah, and submit to Fief more, bro. Dude,
Yeah.
your tracks are fire. I wanna hear more Surge, because Surge Ionic goes hard. But yeah, thank you so much. All right, on to the Dawn in Denver vibe. Dang, it's looking nice. It's looking like a nice vibe.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Yeah, I thought that was very meditative, very peaceful.
Yeah, a lot
It
of
was wild going from like the Lost Lands rail riding dubstep to this. That was
yeah.
like the nuttiest.
You have like the song that you listen to at Lost Lands, and then the song that you put on at home, or like on the drive home.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, you go first. What do you think?
All right. Should I just end the track after 3 minutes or build to another drop? I don't know. It really depends on what you like, what your goals are with the project, what you want it to be. I think you could, if you switched it up sufficiently, then I think you could keep it going because I don't know. I think you could take us on a real journey here with a second drop, quote unquote, and kind of like maybe introduce some of that lead element that Dino was talking about in chat. But I think if you don't want to take us on that journey, like if you would just repeat kind of similar stuff for the second drop, then I don't think there's necessarily a point to it because like people can just throw something on loop if that's what they want. But I think that if you wanted to take the effort to lean into it and add like that slightly more not engaging because I'm really engaged by this, but like slightly more active second half, then that would be something that I think you could really cook on because I like ambient, kind of lo-fi guitar tracks like this that really take you on a journey, and I think you have real room to heighten that aspect in the second half. Is it not busy enough? Okay, this I'm a terrible guy to ask for this because I listen to ambient like ambient is like something I listen to and am engaged by on a daily basis. So like you could just throw a synth patch doing the same note for like 5 minutes and I'll find all the little filters engaging. But I think it's engaging enough. Like Magduit might have something different to say because I don't know if he listens to as much boring music, quote unquote, as I do, but it has all of the little nuances and like how the guitars come in and like how the reverb twists. Like I think when stuff is as minimal or not minimal, like there's still a lot going on, but when there's as much texture in music like this, the texture becomes of like something that your brain studies in itself. Like I'll latch on to how the perks change over time or like how the guitar fades in and I start like anticipating a guitar hit. And it's a really nice feeling. I love that. I don't think you need to add more because the brain just starts focusing in on what's there. And that's probably the best part of this kind of music. Mix sounding pretty clean in my car in studio. Let me know how you feel about the mix and drum or the recent drums. I loved it. I was looking at the sub. It's pretty goated for this genre. Like you have a harmonically rich Reese that goes up to like mid range with its harmonies or harmonics. I was really fucking with it. It's just loud enough that it kind of comes through and feels like the anchor for the song because you do need that for this style of lo-fi. You need like the anchor to guide you through, and I felt like it did just that without coming through too strong. And the drums I really enjoyed, like the organic-y percussion is enjoyable to say the least. Uh, this is wonderful. Make more stuff like this. Release it so I can put it on loop. That's all I gotta say.
Heck yeah. Yeah. All right, let's see here. So, I think that the track was long enough at 3 minutes. I think it didn't seem like it needed anything more, but if you felt like you wanted to go that route, obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, but I think that it can be beneficial if you're willing to put in all of the extra work. But if you're already feeling like you're kind of pushing it as far as how much you enjoy like constantly working on this song, I would say just move on to the next song, you know, like you definitely, it definitely feels like a completed vibe by 3 minutes. So those are my thoughts on that. Um, the second question, is it not busy enough? So yeah, this is where I may differ a little bit from Percy because here's the thing. I really love ambient music too, but I feel like as soon as you put the drums in there, it becomes very like lo-fi and very groovy. And I think as soon as there's drums, it means that there are, in my brain, of course, some slight expectations. And one of those expectations is having something to latch onto that's like a lead or even something that's like a very human felt instrument, like, you know, a piano or a stringed instrument, or as you had said in chat, like a guitar, something like that, I think really kind of glues the whole vibe together. And that's why in like a ton of lo-fi music, you'll hear like someone playing like little licks on like a piano, or, you know, or on a guitar, or, you know, there's always like this human kind of moment that doesn't always have to be there, but every once in a while, it's kind of like a reminder, like, yeah, here we are. So that is just my thought but I think if you really want to go the ambient route, you could like even remove the drums and go, you know, one deeper with like the ambient, true ambient. Cause like this is almost meditative, like truly meditative music, which is awesome. Cause I really enjoy like, I do a lot of granular synth stuff in Bitwig, and, I find this to be like eerily close to that. But that's just my own opinion there. Like, I'm not saying you have to do this, but it's just a thought that could be fun to experiment with in the future, especially if you are making a new song. Like, it could be fun to just experiment without drums and just see where that takes you. Yeah. So the last question, mix sounding pretty clean. Oh, you make way too much drumlet. See, like, I don't know. I don't think that's a problem personally. But if you do start adding drums, I think it really helps to have those lead elements, just to help the casuals. All right. Help the casuals along here. But yeah, so mix sounding pretty clean in my car and studio. Please let me know how you feel about the mix. Okay. So the recent drums, I'm glad that you asked about both of those, because I think both of those I do have some slight issues with. The drums, I think, feel a little bit too forward. I think they're kind of like, especially the snare or clap thing, whatever that is, I think it's like a little bit too harsh for the vibe. I would either tame some of the frequencies or maybe just turn it down a little bit. And then the Reese, I think, is really good, and it's mixed really nicely. But I think everything else in the mid-range is kind of built up to the point where it's over full. And I think if you kind of cut out some frequencies on all the other instruments, like, you know, the pads and, you know, all the other ambient-y kind of stuff, and just made a little bit more room for that respace in that section of frequencies, I think it would really help the song feel like a little bit cleaner. And I know you're going for the lo-fi vibe, but I think you can get it to be lo-fi, but also be clean lo-fi. So those are just my thoughts on that. But other than that, dude, yeah, this is a vibe. This is like, sit back, relax.
It feels like the picture. Like that, we're there as this plays.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Maybe, but not like out in the wilderness. Like maybe in a little cabin with like a big window looking out and like a fireplace next to us. So we're not like cold, but we can see the cold.
Independence Pass, Colorado. Nice. Yeah, that's a great place. It's looks like a calm and chill place. You could tell because there's no like human evidence here. It's just nature, bro.
I thought you were gonna say you can tell it's chill because there's snow on the ground.
Snow? Oh well, yeah, that too. Maybe there are people buried under that. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh man!
Oh my gosh! Into this picture, that's kind of nuts.
That's the dude that's buried under the snow. You can tell because there's white all around him. That's the snow.
100%.
Yep.
All right. So, yeah, thank you though. Thank you. That was a really cool track, and I don't know if I've seen any Enki stuff in here, so if you're new, that's hype. Keep submitting stuff, and if you're not new, then I'm sorry, but keep submitting stuff because that was chill. Please make more. All right, Noah X Norby. We got Norby with the Michael Jackson from South Park. Yeah, South Park energy. So let's hear it.
That's ignorant. That's ignorant. Ignorant. That's ignorant. Ignorant. That's ignorant. Ignorant.
All right. That was dope. I think is it my turn to go first? I think so.
It is your turn.
All right. So, how is the mix? So, I think it's a little quiet. But I also think you're still in the arrangement phase / section of your creative process. And I know that when it comes to your mix downs, you sometimes save that for later on in the process. So, which is totally chill. So I would say mix wise, it could be a lot louder. I think the big thing is like clipping to zero some stuff, pushing some of the levels of just everything. I think like if you just push this into like clippers, like if you set the clipper to like an arbitrary minus level, like -3 or -6 or something like that, and then just individually push the different levels of the different tracks into those clippers to where you can turn it up but not hear the clipper, and then just add a limiter at the end and boost into that until you're just barely reducing. I think that that's pretty much all you would need to do on this track. Because like the mix down is good, like the levels, the balance of everything is great, but I feel like it's just a little quiet all around. So I think that could help you like bring all of that up. I also creatively, would you do anything else? No second drop yet. Would take ideas though. So I think this counts as creative / mix advice, but I saw Ian in the chat say that this would slap so hard if you automate the reverb to make the basses dry. And I think that is like super big brain. I think if you just mainly had dry basses and then did like little reverb throws at the end of sections into, the next section, I think that would sound a lot cooler. And if you do really want to keep the atmosphere of the reverb existing, I would say not to use the bass to achieve that, but use like all the stuff that like you would do in deep dub, like maybe add some percussion that's very reverbed, add, maybe some weird sort of like, I don't know, FX sounds. Like, I don't know if that's like the best technical term to use, but things that are not the bass, basically, like anything other than the bass. Like I think that percussion really helps and sounds good in reverb, but you could also try other things. But yeah, that's like my opinion there. As far as your third question, maybe tension, FX, risers, rides, blips, and blasts, and etc. Yeah, I think the thing is, because you have the reverb going the whole time, there isn't a whole lot of opportunity for using that as a tension building tool. So what I would recommend is just the easiest thing to, in my opinion, do to build tension in these sort of tracks is to just remove frequencies over time. So if you take like an EQ or a filter and you start high passing and low passing to create almost like a bandpass effect, right? Like if you start doing this in different areas, probably like a little bit, this is like high frequencies, this is low frequencies. Like if you're doing it a little bit higher, I find it to be a little bit nicer in that area because you don't want to like zero in on the low end. Long story short, if you bandpass your tracks periodically and do it over time, very subtly, as you're building up to like a transition section, that can really help the listener almost subconsciously feel like there's a really like a raising intention. You can do the same thing with volume, like turning down the volume a little bit, and then right when you get to the next section, you just like cut back to where it was to be flat. And then another thing that you can try is stereo reduction. So, you know, as you are building up to a transition point, you could reduce the stereo field with like the utility is a great tool to use for this. You can also do it with other tools, like you could use an EQ and just take the sides of the mid-side EQ and reduce those. But yeah, reducing the width like over time, and then once again just giving it all back at drop points. All three of those things will build and release tension without having to change anything from an arrangement perspective. So yeah, still a really cool track. I think it's funny. I think that it's goofy, and you're good at that. So it's good. Keep flexing on this. I look forward to seeing it grow. Percy, what are your thoughts?
I like it a lot. I'm not the most versed in deep dubs, so take some of my critique about this aspect. Or let me look at the question actually. I'm not trying to go off on tangents. How's the mix? Sounded pretty clean except for the reverb that Magduit has already gone over. I think as opposed to having the reverb be a constant thing, using it as a creative element to build tension like Magduit described is probably the best way to go about it. Like I have a little bit of convolution reverb on nearly all of my basses, but not really for reverb, more for just like width and stuff. So I kind of leave the reverb for like reverb throws, I think could go hard here. Like coming into the like different parts of the flow, you can do little reverb throws to pull into that, and that helps build tension throughout the flow as well. As well as doing the big like transitional. The band passing is really nice. I also was gonna say the width, but Magduit stole that from my brain. But I like to go in Shaperbox and just like automate the width. It's probably my favorite tool to do that, but there's a lot. Tension effects, risers, rides, bleeps, blaps, all of the above. I think there's a lot of room for that stuff. And you can kind of do that with the band, like in parallel with the band passes, like band pass your track coming into a transition, or like just like every 16 bars, and then have like a little blip that's separate from the band pass and have it be super reverbed, and then have it like the entire track swell with that reverb back into the next section. So I think that's a really cool effect because it can feel like that little bleep just like pulls you back in, and it kind of helps pique interest before you come back in. Something that I've been messing around with a lot. Creatively, do anything else? I don't know if this is just a deep dub thing, like I don't listen to the most of this genre, but you can kind of click anywhere in the track and it sounds like it could be anywhere in the track, if that makes sense. So I think even if they're not huge, you could do some more timbral changes throughout, like just shifting up the harmonics, making different variations on the patches. And it's not a big thing. Like I would still bump it, but it's one of those things that adds a lot to repeatability. So like if you want to hear more of a bass, you can listen to it again as opposed to the entire track having more of that bass, and then you don't necessarily feel the drive to listen to it again, if that makes sense. But that's also just like a deep dug thing. Yeah, like you said in chat. But I like it a lot. I think you have a lot of room to cook on this. I think a lot of controlling space as opposed to having space throughout every bass hit will be huge for tension and release. I'm excited to see where it goes, honestly.
Hell yeah. Yeah, thank you, Norby. That was ignorant, as you said. Yeah, you're right. That's ignorant, bro. All right. Oh shit, it's me next.
Not this guy's tune.
Oh, a quarter baked track. Yeah. Trying new things is always fun. So, here we go.
my soul, my life. I wanted to be someone.
Right. I guess I'll go first on this one. So I think improving the vocals, you touch on this. I'm sure you know what you need to do, but harmonize, yeah, but not on the entire vocal. Like what you should do is accent words with harmonization in throughout, and just kind of like pick harmonies that sound good for that whatever verb or like word you want to articulate more on, and then just like I don't know, play around with it, but don't harmonize the whole thing. I think you should do it to accent certain words. Like that's the best for this kind of stuff, in my opinion. Like I'm not the best with vocal processing. Like you're in another level when it comes to that. But I think just doing like specific harmonization will make the flow better and also just like make certain words stand out. The flow is followable. The flow is followable, and I think there's just one section in the second drop that is a bit too unarticulated with a moist space. Let me see if I can pin it down real quick and tell you where it's at.
Word. I'll just I'm gonna quickly answer the question because I saw someone ask. Am I using Chroma? Yes. I'm using Chroma and a resonator. Because resonators are great.
So it's at 110 is the little bit of flow that I'm not following the best. It's like a bit too moist, and I think you could just take like the moist layer and make it follow the flow a little bit just by like using fades probably. And then it would kind of work a little bit better. It feels like there's a flow there, but the bass is sustained when it could be shortened to follow that flow and kind of help articulate it more. But
Gotcha.
other than that, like we talked about it before the stream a little bit, obviously. But
Yeah.
I think the style of color bass and like where color bass is going in general is kind of cooking on more complicated flows and more interesting textures in the drop than you would in dubstep. And I think it's like it's all about like giving a ton of ear candy through different layers, and you've gotten really good at this kind of color processing. The drums feeling good. Let me re-listen to some of it.
Real, how could you?
You do a little offbeat hit with the snare that it has like the normal snare sample, and I know that that's a future base or color bassism, like that's just what people do, but I think you could maybe change the snare a little bit or like process it differently for that offbeat hit or just shorten it, kind of like how in D&B when you have like the ghost snares, it's normally like a higher pitched or like a shorter version of the snare.
Yeah.
I think you could do that a little bit just because it happens in all of color bass, so it might just be a personal preference thing, but I just never like the full snare to be on that offbeat. It kind of makes me lose the flow a tiny bit, but that's definitely a creative thing. and there's just one person feedbacking, so just feel free to ask more questions, because if you want anything other,
No, I mean
just go ahead.
the biggest thing that I was most excited about was the color-based processing for the sound design. The timbres, I am like super happy with it. So as long as like that's like the big thing that I was like, hopefully no one like hates on that. So yeah.
No, your color-based processing is really good, and it's the kind of color-based processing that, like, I could see this being on a what's the label that's really good for color-based right now? It's a
The Rushdown label, I think.
Rushdown, yeah. I could see, because they're always looking for like similar like stuff that fits in the color-based umbrella, but they don't want like the standard color-based stuff. And I think that you have the right level of innovation on this style, that you could like pretty easily get like an EP or something on Rushdown with this style. So I'm really excited to see what you do both with this one and like the rest of your music.
Hell yeah. Yeah, thank you. I also want to thank chat for all the great ideas too. There's some banging ideas in here.
Yep, chat is the second FIFA in this occasion.
Yeah, roast indeed. For anyone out there who wants to make color-based sound design, all you really need, Chroma is like a really big helping hand, but I feel like a lot of people miss out on resonators, and I feel like they're so good for like getting you that last little bit of like that last little, because the Chroma is already like amazing. It sounds great, and it technically is sort of a resonator. But
It's a spectral resonator as opposed to being like an actual resonator. Like it spectrally boosts stuff, if I'm remembering correctly, and like kind of maps it into bins according to what harmony you select. But an actual resonator will then let those harmonies ring out for longer, which really gives it that color-based pizzazz.
Yeah. No, and I saw someone mention resonator with the Z. That is a great VST, but
Yep.
honestly, I just use the stock Ableton resonators because they sound like really good and they get the job done. I don't have a breakdown on my Patreon, but the resonator rack that I used in this is on my Patreon. So yeah, there you
You
go.
have that. I will say he has a good selection of stuff using Chroma on Patreon, from what I remember. So it's definitely worth a look at, just to show my homie for a second.
Yeah, no, I think some of like if I do have any color-based tutorial stuff, it's probably behind a paywall, but all of my racks are free. So, or at least like 99% of my racks are free. So, yeah.
Yep.
No, love you guys. Thank you so
They're
much.
good racks.
Oh, they're
They're good
banging.
racks.
They get me this far. I love using them. If I didn't use them all the time, I would never upload them. That's for sure. But I use them all the time, so I feel like other people should too. Anyway, yeah, thank you all. Thank you, Percy. Onwards to the notorious V6. It's like a car. It sounds like it should be a car,
It would be
but
like a car in Cyberpunk, though, not like a real car, but like you'd be in Cyberpunk. Yo, I just bought the notorious V6 MM 2.2. I'm about to be so fast.
hell yeah. All right. Let's get in on this. I'm excited.
Alright, disregard this message. Copy 1430 on.
This guy fucks for sure.
For sure, for sure. Do you want to go first or should I?
No, it's your turn.
All right, all right, all right. Sub hitting lacking before. So yeah, the sub is at a much better level. I feel like it's like really, because I remember you posting this. I think it was either last week or the week before, but I remember this song. I feel like the sub is definitely at the perfect level. I still feel like it is not sitting perfectly in the mix because of my fear and sensitivity even. It's not even really fear. It's more like I'm very sensitive when it comes to the low mids. I feel like the second harmonic could go down like a little bit more just to make the sub stand out more obviously. Because what ends up happening is if you have like the second harmonic and the sub at the same level, the sub is going to feel weak. But if you have the second harmonic a little bit lower, the sub will be very felt and strong, which I think would benefit this song. And you don't even have to get rid of the second harmonic. I'm just saying lower it a little bit. So you can do that in a whole bunch of ways, preferably in the synth that you're already using if you have access to the wavetable. So like I know Vital, Serum, Faceplant, all of those, you can do that inside of those. But if you do not have that, or if you're using something else, you can always just approach it from an EQ perspective. I'm trying to think what else as far as sub related things. I think that I don't know if it's technically the sub, but the noise bass, I think that the noise of this bass, it's not bad, but it's not great. I feel like it's like a little bit too, like it dips down a little too far into the mid range, at least as far as the loudness of that noise is concerned. So I would just take like a little band, like a peak filter EQ, and just like lower just a little bit of that, because I think you could get away with it being a little bit less full in just specifically the mids. So that way your bass is a little bit more. Let me just grab paint real quick. Dino said I should make a picture of this and save it forever. But yeah, I think that you want your bass to be a little bit more like this, and yours right now I think is like a little bit more like this. And I think you could just get rid of like a little bit more of this kind of a region here of that noise bass. And it's only in that second drop there. I think in the first drop it sounds great in the first drop. In the first drop it's more obvious of like the second harmonic thing that I was talking about with the bass section. So next question. How's the mix loudness? I think it is great. I think that it's a really nice level. I think that it slaps. I really like the drums. I do think that the mixing of this snare, it feels a little bit louder than the kick. And I don't know if that's just me, but it feels like there's more energy in the snare than the kick. I would try and reverse that a little bit by either lowering the snare or raising the volume of the kick. Just in this section, though, and that's just how I felt about it. So I think maybe lowering the snare could help, because you're in a breakdown section. It doesn't need to be like super intense and energized yet anyway. So I think that's how I would approach that personally. But other than that, I thought all the mixing of everything else was fantastic, and the mastering sounded really like loud, present. You're pushing the luffs. Yeah, it's like what we like to see around here. All right. And do their drops go together? I think they go together great. I think this second drop does get a little bit boring towards the second half. I think the first half, you've got me. It works great. But by the second half, I'm feeling like the sub bass could hit a couple of different notes. Just because I think you're camping like... I think you're camping like that F note. I would say like maybe do a little bit more variation on that root note vibe. Maybe just venture slightly away, even if it's just one note up in the scale degree. Just like a little. I don't know what key this is in, but it sounds like a D sharp minor or something like that, or F minor. I would say maybe just push up to the F sharp a little bit, you know, even just that, you know, like even just a little bit up is more than enough to keep me excited. But yeah, other than that, I think that the mix down works great. The arrangement works great. Very small things. I'm trying to be nitpicky here because this song is very close to completion, in my opinion. So yeah, Percy, what are your thoughts?
Yeah. So I think let me go through the questions first. Sub hitting right. I think the volume is really good. You could nerf the second harmonic, like Magdo had said. I also think this is kind of a sub thing. I think you could add more sidechain. I don't know if that's something that Magdo, do you think some more sidechain could go hard here? Or is that just me?
I agree.
I'm kind of hearing.
So
yeah,
the thing is, like, I have listened to a lot of the mid-tempo-y stuff though, and I have noticed that the sidechain isn't that obvious. Like if you reference like Rez, for example, or any of those gang members, it's not as aggressive as you would think, but I think it wouldn't hurt. That would just, it's one of those things where if you're referencing those people, they're probably not going to have that aggressive of a sidechain too. But I think,
yeah,
but I think they would also be using a different kick. I do actually think it wouldn't be as snappy of a kick personally. Like it would be a little bit more like doofy, which means the sidechain, maybe that's why it's less obvious. But
yeah, I kind of I second that vibe. Maybe more doofy kick or like extend the side chain just a little bit to give the kick more absent or not absent, give it more presence. Because I think in like this, I don't listen to a lot of mid tempo, but from what I've heard, the kick is like it's got to be the big chonker of the track. Like it's very. I feel like mid tempo is kick centric in the way that like house is kick centric, if that makes sense.
oh yeah, it's almost like
Kinda
techno
like-
house. Yeah, you
Yeah.
hit the nail on the head.
That's I've always thought of it as like the slower version of those genres, except way more cool because it has cooler basses, obviously. Second drop, it's smacking. I like the second drop a lot. I feel like it fits together with the first drop a lot. It hits differently, but in a very good way. Whereas I feel like I would be bored if it had the same style as the first drop, but it has like more interesting rhythm. And not like the first drop is uninteresting. I just think it switches it up nicely in a way that piques my interest very, very well. I like Magda had said, I think you could do something differently with the notes. I'm hearing like it's hitting an F. I'm hearing like if it's an F minor, hit like a C sharp to C and then go down to your F. Like the C sharp and C is like a little fill. That's like the minor 6 to the 5 to the 1. Or you could do if it works in the key, you could do like a 5 to flat 2. So go like F to G flat or F sharp, whatever you want to call it, and like accent that little Phrygian turnaround is super nice in bass music, has like a good pull back to the 1, and that's what Magdo was saying, like the F to F sharp, you don't need to move a lot. But I also think that going to like the C, the 5th above, is very nice for signaling that turnaround, and it adds nice energy. That's kind of what my ear is hearing. Sidechain, I went over that. Oh, Magdu had said to nerf the volume on the snare. I think you could give the snare and the break the same filtering that the little synth has coming in. So instead of nerfing the overall volume, you kind of like have the kick sit where it's at and then have the snare filter in alongside that like the aggressive synth and the break. And I think that would give it a nice like building back up to the intensity of the drops and stuff. But other than that, this is smacking. I really liked it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I feel like this is so close. This is like one of those tracks where it's so close. Like I am very impressed. Very impressive. It's like it's a complete idea. I struggle with those sometimes, so good on you, bro.
Yeah, I feel
Good
you,
on
man.
you.
We're stuck in the 32 bar loop zone.
Yeah, well, I feel like what happens to me is like I get into these, I wouldn't even call it a rut. It's just like I'm on a different wavelength where all I want to do is make my sounds sound better and then I'll arrange them, you know? So
Yeah.
until the sounds sound the way that I want them to sound, I'm just not inspired to arrange.
Like the infinite pit of sound design.
For real. But anyway, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Anomaly. That was dope. That was cool. All right, next up, we got F sharp minor 140 idea first drop. I'm excited. This is sounding like some sauce. That was pleasant.
It was pleasant. All right, I think it's me this time,
Yeah,
right?
Flex. Yeah.
All right. So mix down. I think the mix down on the sounds that are here is pretty good. However, I'm missing high end. I think the mid or the bass needs high end. I expected a little bit more. Even just like some noise augmenting the main bass would go a long way here. And you introduce melodic elements that occupy it throughout, but I think that the bass is lacking some impact because it lacks some high end. Or at least that's what I'm hearing like in my head. And I kind of expected it when we came into the drop, and it wasn't as full as I expected, so that threw me off. But the mixing on what is there is really good, and I really liked the mixing in the intro too. It feels really clean and professional. Everything feels spatially nice, like everything has its own little section, both like with the frequency mixing and like the spatial mixing. The B section of the drop, let me listen through that bit again. Kind of. I think it's almost there, and I'm not sure what you could do to carry the energy a little bit better. It feels like maybe you could do a big
Can I
like
can I
pulling it.
interject? Oh no, yeah, you go
Yeah.
first. You go first. If you have an idea, definitely flex it.
Okay. Yeah, because you're gonna steal my idea. I can
Yeah.
smell it.
Yeah.
I think you could pull out frequencies like Magdo was talking about with the bandpass idea, reverb stuff, get rid of width, and then bam, even if the next half is the exact same, it hits and it smacks. And that would make the second drop feel new because you're taking stuff away and or not the second drop, but the second half. And that contrast would give it a lot more energy, in my opinion. Because right now, like, the energy kind of feels like a flat plateau, and you want it to be a plateau for like the 3/4 of the first drop, and then dip coming into the second half, and then like smash back in. And you can even have that plateau go even higher on the second half of the first drop if you want to add some more stuff. But I think that just kind of like restricting the energy going right into that transition would be pretty neat, in my opinion. But do you still want to interject, Mag? Do
No,
it.
I'm gonna wait till you finish your section. I think I have a really great idea. So
Okay,
you
okay.
you
He's
could-
cooking over there.
You finish.
Okay. Is the overall loudness enough, or does it need to be pushed harder? It's hard for me to tell right now, honestly, because the high end is lacking, and I'm not sure how loud it would be if I was hearing the high end that I'm expecting to hear. Like, I kind of think the sub is good. I think the elements are good where they're at, but that's also in relation to a track that I think needs more high end. So I would need to judge it again after having that introduced to see if the levels of everything still work. And like the lufts are kind of low, but I'm pretty sure that the high end being re-added would make it a little bit more luffy for that word. But I don't know. Submit next week again with a bit more high end and I can give you a lot better insight on that. Oh, let me look at your a whole new element in the high end or just frequencies in the bass. Not new element, but I think you could make a new layer of the bass with high end is probably how I would do it. I think this like future bassy style. Is that what this is? Future bass, right? Like future bass adjacent, I guess.
Or like
But
even
I
melodic
think
dubstep, maybe. I don't know.
yeah, melodic, all of those. I think layering is key for this style. So I think you could do a new layer with high end presence. Yeah, I see you shrug emoji. Just making music over here. But I think a new layer would do well. So not necessarily a new element, but in addition to the element that we already have. All right, your turn, Mag. Do it.
All right. For some reason, my what is it called? Like the flow state brain like cooked while I was listening to this on his questions, and I have no idea why. But it's your lucky day. No, I'm just kidding. So I'm gonna like start in reverse, or I'm gonna go in reverse. So, I think that the overall loudness is perfect, but in the exact description and phrasing that Percy said, I think because it's missing that high end, it's hard to really tell. So maybe I'm not even gonna go in reverse. We're gonna go all over the place, I guess. So the big thing that I think you need is that layer on the first, or like on the, not first section of the drop, both sections of the drop really need it, but it's on that bass sound. And like, I wouldn't even say you should add a layer to the bass. If I was you, I would full send. Oh, good night, large father. We love you. I would full send the melodic dubstep, future bassy vibe, and put super saws, stacked super saws. Like, I don't know if you've ever watched like a tutorial on like the seven line style, or like that sort of like timbre of super saws, but that is what I think you should have as top layer for this type of a track. And I think it would fill in that space really nicely. You would have like this really melodic addition, right? It's still kind of playing into the whole melodic vibe. But obviously it allows everything else to stay exactly the way that it is, which I think is what you should do. Everything you have here is already great. Like the intro is great. Like Percy said, really professionally done, sounds clean. It leads me into like everything else that's about to happen really nicely. So yeah, I wouldn't touch anything in the form of arrangement that you already have. So, excuse me. Next thing, your bass. It's so close to being perfect. I am, once again, I'm harping on this. This is just my thing. All right. I'm super sensitive to it. But whenever I feel like harmonics that are really close to the sub at the same level as the sub, I feel like it makes the sub less hype, less like, whoa, this sub is like bass music. So I would say the LFO'd mid bass that you have in like the lower mid harmonics, I would say when that LFO is happening, it could be a little bit less loud. So whenever it does reach like the peak volume, I would say you could lower that peak volume a little bit to make it being the sub stand out a little bit more. So that's my only opinion on the sub, I think, or the bass in general. I think the bass is great. Other than that, now The thing that I thought was super fire that would go so hard to keep this B section floating, like cooking, is you're already kind of alluding to it in the first section. And that is these pitch glides, right? Like you have these glides with the pitch. Well, what if you did pitch glides that were very short in higher frequencies? And I mean like really high frequencies, like maybe even an octave up at times. When it's very popular in trap or like funk or some of these other genres where you're using 808s, where you basically have like a low note and then you hit like a doo-doo-doo-doo, you know, and then it hits back to like, you know, something like that, right? Like obviously not those exact notes, but that sort of style of pitch bend glide sounds really cool. And I think that having it go from like this future bass energy first section, which already sounds great, to this like almost trappy like 808 style in the second half would go hard. And yeah, exactly. You don't even really need to mess with the mid bass on that. You could just do that with the sub. So yeah, that was what I thought would be crazy. Cause yeah, I love that sound whenever you like take those low frequencies that are very like the sub is obviously really felt. And when you hit those higher registries, it's like, whoa, a break from the sub, you know? And then you go back to these like root notes and it's just like, holy shit, we're here. We're back. So yeah, those are my ideas. Really cool song. Yeah, I think that I look forward to hearing this again. Please send us the second drop as well, you know. Hell yeah. All right, on to the next banger. The Deep. We're going into the deep. I'm hyped.
Are we going in deep or going into the deep?
The deep. I'm assuming this is about to be. Hang on a second. What is it called? The Mariana Trench?
Mariana Trench,
Mariana Trench. Hang on, let's get a picture here.
That deep.
This is where we're going right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going.
Oh man, that dude! Look
God,
at
what
there's a
is
bunch
that?
of creepy dudes there. This is piquing my thalassophobia.
Yeah, this is where we're going. We're going there. We're going here.
Is that a pumpkin? Is it pumpkin jellyfish? Oh no.
That's where we're going. We're going here. I like this. I like this picture. I'm sorry. We're on a tangent here. We're going here. All right. So this is where we are right now.
Yep.
And you might think we're going like down here or down here, but actually we're going way down here. That's where we're going.
In the abyss.
Oh wait, I just realized
That's what
they can't
my
even see
that's my
this.
mastering. That's my mastering EQ right there. You know.
Yeah, we're going down here. All right. That's where we're going. We're going down in the deep. That was
deep.
the deep. That wasn't just deep.
Yeah,
it was
that
both.
was-
It was both. It was a deep.
Yeah,
Deep. It was.
it
the
was
deep,
a deep, the deep.
Yes. Yes. I forget. Is it my go?
Yep, your
Oh,
go.
yeah. All right. So, I think you know the answer to this first question. All right. I think you know. It is a little
If you're
bit.
asking, you know.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the mantra.
It's like a little bit stale. Like it's not horribly stale, but I think you know that if you did the call and response, it would be better. And I agree with you. Like I think if you had the kind of main wobble that you have going as like a call, and then maybe a sustained like, "Bwah," you know, like just like the classic like that was like the most troll bass sound ever. But you know what I mean. I know you know what I mean. You have like a sustained bass. I think that would be great. Like if you had just like that and only in the second drop too, because I think you don't really need it in the first section, but having it in that second section, I think could really like bring the energy level to that like next. You know, we drew the shape earlier where you have like this is like the first drop and this is the second drop. You want that second drop to be like higher energy than the first drop. Otherwise, it ends up feeling like this, where the second drop is actually like lower than the first drop, which is I think where we are right now, but it doesn't take a whole lot to change that. Even that one variation would change that around completely. But that's just my own idea. My point is I think that a call and response would go great. In whatever way you think would be best, that's worth exploring. How do y'all decide for the energy of the bridge? Should I put a build or keep it minimal? So a lot of my bridges are super minimal. So you don't really need like a true build up. But what I will say helps is if you're going to do breakdown sections, getting rid of frequencies is really helpful. So like I noticed you can feel a lot of mid-range frequencies, and that the intensity of that mid-range doesn't change throughout the whole entire section. I think if you did a little bit more aggressive bandpass vibes, we've talked about this a few times tonight, but I really feel like that sort of stuff helps the minimal transitions out a lot, because if you cut out these frequencies to make it feel like there's less of stuff going on in the frequency spectrum, even if it's not like super aggressive, like in this case, you don't even have a lot of instruments that are there, right? But if you are filtering those instruments, you're going to make it feel like there's a rise in tension because there's less frequencies being given. And then when you hand them all back at that first downbeat of the drop, it just feels like there's this release of energy and you've entered this new land, this new place. And yeah, that's what I think you should do here. I do feel like I think that this last little section, this could all just be cut to silence. Like you just have like a quarter bar or quarter note rather of silence and then hit the drop. Because I think that this little section here, I think you know what I'm talking about, where you kind of like fade back in a little bit. I think you could just get rid of that. Like right there, basically. If you cut it there and then then drop into the drop, I think that would be a nicer transition, just to have this moment, a moment of silence for those who have fallen. No, for the banging ass drop that's about to happen. Is anything too slammed? Is it sounding clean enough? And how can I deal with the resonance from the drums on the outro? So if a dynamic EQ doesn't work, just use a normal EQ. Honestly, I do that a lot. Like if there's something in a certain area that just doesn't quite feel right, I will often have EQs that just turn on and then turn off. And in this case scenario, when you reach the outro, so when you reach this little transition point, I'm trying to think where it is. Regardless, my point is you can either turn it on as an EQ or just slowly bring down the gain of that filter or EQ shape, peak filter shape of the EQ over time. And that usually works for me. So if a dynamic EQ doesn't work, which sometimes it just doesn't, sometimes dynamic EQs are very transparent and sometimes that's not what you want. Sometimes when there's aggressive resonances, and I actually can't really hear it in the drums. I hear it more
Mid bass.
That's what I was gonna say.
Frequency, yeah.
Yeah, the mid bass is where I am feeling it more. So I would say EQing that out would be beneficial to that whole section. Is anything too slammed? I do think that there is a lack of high end presence, and I don't know if it has anything to do with slamming. But the drums sound great, right? Like there's the perfect amount of high end in the drums, but I feel like this bass needs something. It needs something in the high end. I don't know what.
Do you think a bit crush would work here? It goes with like the deep vibes, and it might kind of reduce the wobbliness or like cleanliness of it. But I'm hearing a bit crush to like artificially give some high end back.
Yeah, Bit Crush. I think Erosion could work too, like some kind of noise, something that is on just like the upper frequencies. Like it definitely doesn't need to be noisier in the low mids or the mids. I think those all sound great. It's just there's this lack of fullness, and maybe it's actually also worth maybe just adding another instrument. I think could also benefit this. Maybe not like I was thinking a vocal, but if you don't want to go that route, you could go with something like strings, like little like string. Like what are they? What's like the opposite? Is it like a crescendo? It's not a stab, but it's
like what do you like? Something that goes
like
down in energy, like a D crescendo.
Well, it's like like it's like starts kind of quiet, but it's like opening up a filter of it.
Like a marcato or like a slow attack hit, something like that.
Yeah, it's like almost like, so you know how in a lot of reggae dub you have like that offbeat kind of, what is it? It's like is it a guitar, I guess? It's like a guitar. Like basically you're using that sort of mentality, but with strings, and the strings, obviously you don't want like natural strings to just be like plucked or like feeling like that, like just very like subtly getting louder in like quarter note intervals. I think could help a lot with like filling in some of that mid-range / high end, because strings have a lot of high frequencies to them too, and they feel nice, and I think they feel great. So those are my
nice
thoughts.
Like open partials.
Yeah. But yeah, take it away, Percy. That's all I have.
All right. I think your idea with the sustain bass in the second drop was wonderful, but I'm going to reverse what you said. I don't think the sustain bass should be the response. I think you should have a sustain bass call and then go back into the wobbly bass response. I think that would go really hard, because it kind of like, it gives I just don't think sustain basses make good responses. Like, or not in this style at least. I think you could have like a sustain bass hitting that downbeat note and then go into the wobble, maybe with like slightly altered rhythms on the response. But I think that would go really hard here. Let me scroll down real quick. How to use aside the energy for the bridge. I think with a song like this, you want the bridge and build to be as minimal as possible. And I think what Magduit said with having it go to complete silence for like the beat before, or like the bar before the downbeat would go super nicely. But I think you'd have to manage energy pretty well, because there's a fake out after that too. So it might be, I don't know if silence would work the best because it goes into a fake out. So maybe like just the slightest of swells, and then you can filter in your fake out or something. Or I don't know if the proper term is fake out for this style, but it reminds me of like the 1 bar fake out and like rhythm, not to insult your track by comparing it to a rhythm. Not that rhythm's bad, we had banger rhythm. Anyways, got to cover all my bases there. But I think that making it as subtle as possible while still trying to maintain the tension would be the way to go. So just like nerf the pre-drop a little bit, but maybe add a little bit more going into the pre-drop, I guess, would be what I would do. Is anything too slammed? Like Magduit said, the high end could probably be brought up a bit, and then you might have to ask that question again, depending on how everything sounds in relation to each other. But I think right now it sounds rather clean, except for that resonance at the very end that I think you're hearing. It's at It's a 200 hertz resonance, and it's very, very off-putting in the outro. It's kind of clipping against a limiter or something as well. And I think the drums are resonating with it. Like the kick is maybe hitting in the same frequency range, but the issue is not the drums, it's that mid bass, because it's what's causing stuff to clip there. Or like smash into the limiter or whatever. Because it just takes away, if you think about like how it's working, if you have a big resonance at any point, that takes away so much headroom for any other instrument. So if an instrument hits, especially like a transient hits at that point, then you have like you're just smashing into that resonance and putting like an already high peak even higher into your limiter and everything. So I think just bringing that mid bass resonance down with like a dynamic EQ or just like manually nerfing it in like FabFilter or something would be the way to go. But other than that, I think it's really good. It fits the deepness vibe super well, and I like how it's going. The little, oh yeah, at the very end when you introduce like that big atmospheric, like dissonant atmosphere, that it's so dope. I love that hit. I was disappointed when it cut off right there instead of having like a 30-second reverb tail. That would have made me happy. But anyways, nice track.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that was cool. I agree too. I feel like you entered this ambient energy, which is nice, you know? Leaving people on like a feeling of a place is really fun in music, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, cool track, Rhythmix. Good to see you again. Keep flexing, my guy.
Mewy tune.
Fuck.
Oh my goodness.
This is exciting. Between realities, damn.
Which realities are we between? Like which multiverses? Are we in the multiverse with like the Spider-Man, or are we in the multiverse with Morbius? We need to decide.
Maybe it's both.
Both, yeah. That's
there's
true. We're
this one.
between every reality.
Yeah. Hell yeah. All right, yeah, I'm excited.
Right. Banger as always.
For real, he just doesn't miss.
Yeah. So, how's the sub level versus mid basses? I think that the mid basses could be brought up just the tiniest bit, or maybe not even the mids, but the highs. Like maybe just FabFilter MB the highs a little bit, tiny bit, just to bring it up. I don't know if it's just a me thing, but I was aching for a little bit more high end on the basses. But overall, I think like the sub level is pretty good. Maybe down a tiny. Let me look at how high it is. Yeah, I think the sub could come down a tiny bit, not very much, but it's coming through like a little bit too much right now. But it's like right there, just a little bit of tweaking. Snare too hot. I'm biased because your snares are always like one of the things that I really enjoy about your tracks. They're always crisp. But I think it could also be brought down just the tiniest bit. Although that's just in reference to the track right now. I think if you brought up the highs on the basses a little bit, it might be sitting perfectly. So I would mess with the highs on the basses before you touch the snare and see if you still think it should be brought down a little bit after that. Because I think it's hitting in context of the mix as a whole, except for the highs. Intro bare bones. I think you could, I don't know, maybe add like a little flare, like solo-y flare. Not like a full solo, but like some little melodic, like squiggly bits. I'm sure you know what squiggly means, but just like some pitch bendy phrases to kind of move between sections of the build. I don't know. Like I'm hearing something in my head, but I don't really know how to put it into words. Maybe I can try and get it down after feedback and send it over. Because it's a very specific squiggly solo using a very specific synth sound that I can't really describe. So I'll ponder that for a little bit. Anyways, this is jammy as always. I enjoyed. I really like the bass motif. Like it is really nice, and it gets stuck in your head. Like that's one of the things I like about your writing. You're good at writing like motifs that really are melodically interesting in a way that kind of earworms. And the repetitions are nice too because it's kind of like the same phrase but ending in like a different way as opposed to being just different, the completely different phrase, and that kind of helps like accentuate the memorability of the track. So yeah, pretty cool. Nice to see you in FIF again. Is this the first time you've submitted to a community FIF? I can't remember. But yeah, Mag, do it, your turn.
Yeah, no, I mean, just wow. I feel like this may be just because I listened to both Mui Persona Alias and Lucid Slip, but I feel like he's brought like some of the decision making from the arrangement of the basses, like the motifs from the Mui vibe into the Lucid Slip energy, which is crazy. I don't know, I feel like he's like, it's like the two of them are like becoming this one thing, which is like so cool. So how's the sub versus the mid basses? I kind of agree, but I think it feels lo-fied, and or that's like the best way to describe it. So like bringing that clarity feeling, however you want to achieve that, is what I would recommend. So like Percy said, if that's like bringing up some of the high end, which is usually associated with some clarity, do that. I don't know, like maybe some distortion or saturation, something to like just like clarity, add some clarification to this sound, because it does sound a little bit lo-fied. But I think it, at the same time, like I think I know why you are doing that, because I love how the high-end frequency area is filled by this vinyl-y noise mixed with the percussion of the hi-hats. Like it's so perfect. Like it's Like, I love that you have left room for that to the point where it's something you can just like pick out and like touch it. Like, it feels like you just easily touch it. So like, don't get rid of that is what I'm trying to say. So like, bring up the clarity of the bass as much as you can, but also, yeah, keep that feeling in the high end because it's so cool.
That's such a Mewy feeling. Like that's what it
is.
reminds. It's like what's the song? Like Cloud Cover is what it really reminds me of. Like that's a tune that I've bumped so many times, and what you said about this being like it's a very Mewy Lucid Slip tune, and that you're so true. You articulated that so well.
Yeah, and I love it. I think it's so cool to like hear just the way that feels. But anyway, so yeah, the snare too hot thing. I personally, I agree again with Percy. Like, I don't know, like I love how it's like slapping, you know? And I think that, yeah, with that little bit of clarity on the bass, because I do think it is like, it's overpowering the mix because the bass feels like it's behind it when it happens, which is kind of normal, right? Like you want the snare to like move the bass out of the way, but it's to the point where when the bass comes back in, it like weakens the bass, the mid bass specifically. So I think, yeah, somehow that clarity of the bass, however you want to go about that, I think that's like the biggest hurdle to tackle right now on this specific drop thing here. And yeah, intro bare bones. Let me like do a quick little. I think if you call, so you're calling with this bass, right? Like you're leading in with the bass. I think if you respond with like some Rhodes, like I guess what are they, like not crescendos, but yeah, like a little crescendo thing or like a little lick on some Rhodes piano or something like that. I think Rhodes would go hard, but as like a response, like just for the response, like do 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 do, you know, like kind of like just yeah, licks or things like that, like little moments where maybe they're like reverbed out as well, just to like help fill in even more of the spaciousness that you have going, and then obviously, yeah, slowly kind of bringing that away and focused, I think would be a good idea. But yeah, that's just what I'm thinking, because I think that it's such a fun little like call, like the do 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 do, and then you have this little moment where you could like fill it with something melodic. And yeah, that's just kind of what came to my mind. God, even the cymbal, like, or not cymbal, sorry, the shaker there, or what is it? Is it a tambourine? Yeah, tambourine shaker. I don't know how you feel about the kick too. I think the kick could be like slightly less aggressive. Like really slightly, like
it could be snappy in the same way the snare is.
Yeah, and just in the intro too. I think in the drop it sounds great.
Maybe even like a more acoustic-y kick in the intro. That might go nicely. I would have to hear it, but that's what I'm kind of thinking of.
Yeah, and also maybe even have a little bit of a reversed higher end frequency thing, because I hear that little like synth reversed sound that you have, but I think having like a cymbal that's reversed or something organic sounding that's like higher frequency, just to like give a little sparkle in the high end there. I think would go hard, because like it's almost there. It's just like a little bit more mid-rangey than I think you could go like a little bit more towards the higher frequencies too, just to like hint at it. But yeah, those are my thoughts. Yeah, dude, this is nuts. I literally feel like this is the Mewy X Lucid Slip energy, which, yeah, I think this is peak. He is between. Dude, I'm starting to pick up what he's putting down.
Name. He knew. He knew we knew
I'm
that it
picking
was
it up.
between realities.
I'm picking it up, dude. Dude, it's amazing. Yeah, really inspired, dude. Like, keep cooking, because I'll always listen to your tunes.
Yeah.
They're amazing. Definitely an inspiration to us all on the flock.
Yeah.
All right. Last but not least. Oh wait, I gotta reload
I
this.
think we got some more after that.
Oh, did I not click them all? Sometimes I do this. I apologize, gang members.
Let me see.
Oh yeah, there's tons more. Hang on a second.
Yeah, we got 3 more after that.
4, I think. Yeah, 4 more, because we got. Oh yeah, you're right. Sofa is the 4th. All
Yep.
right. All right. Yeah. Thank you so much, Mewy. Submit more. Your tracks are great. Yeah. Thank you for stopping in and sharing that with us. All right. Now things are about to get absolutely crazy. I mean, he's already gone nuts with the AI art. Gee whiz, my ghost producer went ham on this one. Honestly, that's nuts. All right. Here we go. All right.
All right, you're up, Mag. Do it.
So, dude, the Sprunkies get really funky. What if I just choose not to answer it? I don't know. Do they? Do they? You're the one who knows. Why are you yelling? Oh, because it's in caps. That's why you're yelling. All right. The end is kind of weird. How fix it? Oh, here, let me just do a quick little peep. Add an outro. That's how you fit. Sorry for yelling at you. That's okay. It's okay. It happens. It happens sometimes. Sometimes our emotions get the best of us. Anything else standing out? I feel like the biggest thing is this track is having like a bit of an identity crisis. That's just my opinion, but I feel like it's what? Wait, what? Those questions refer another song. You're sorry. I don't understand.
The wrong questions for the track. We've been bamboozled.
Where are the ones for this track?
Did you refresh, maybe?
I
Or maybe
did.
he's typing out new questions. Questions hot and freshly baked.
Hopefully they're not yelling at me questions like the last
Yeah.
one. I'm looking. I don't see any other questions, Sofa.
We can just discuss about it, I guess, for a little bit.
Yeah.
I think what you said. Oh, anything that you would change besides identity crisis. Okay, we have updated question.
Okay. I think the big thing is I mean, like, it's cool. I just think it goes to so many different places so fast.
It should be like break it into an EP or something.
Yeah.
There's so many different ideas, and they have kind of the same color to them. Like if I had to assign them all colors, like they'd all be like similar shades of like blue or something. That's some wonky shit right there. But they're not all the same shade of blue, so they should be like an EP separately. But they all kind of work together, just not in the same track. And that also cut down on the time. Not to interject. Sorry, Meg, do it.
No, yeah. That's literally what I'm thinking. Like, I feel like if you split these up into more like bite-sized pieces, like you're trying to make us eat the whole cake, but most of us just want a slice at a time, you know? And I think that would really help this not only feel better as the listener, but it could also help you as far as like, you know, like I guess creating more art, because like you'd be able to create more pieces of art with like more iterations all put together rather than just the one big it feels like almost like like this feels like a mix of songs, but also faster than a mix, so it's like not as like danceable
There's
a
not like
normal mix would be.
transitional elements either. Like it's kind of, when you have a mix, you want it to be like a continuous thing where like stuff fades into each other. But this is like really discrete. Like there's no gradual shift between ideas. It's just jumping from like one point to another. So like if you could gradiate, like gradiate, I think that's a word.
That sounds
But like
right.
gradiate between the different vibes you have going on, then I think it would be a lot more palatable.
We'll find out.
Grade
Grade
8.
eight.
Oh man, I added an
You're-
I there.
You're
I'm
close.
so done for.
Hey, that's okay. We learned. Okay, now we know.
Yeah.
But yeah, did you have anything else you wanted to add? I far like that's all I can give you so far. I think the mix is really good. Really like the mix. Really like the instrumentation. I think the sound design's cool. Yeah, I think the biggest critique that I have is just it feels like you don't want to split it down. I mean, yeah, I guess that's up to you. I mean, it's gonna be really hard to like for people to latch on. That's all. I think if you split it up more, kind of give each track its own little section, in like it's kind of like a page in a book, right? Like this is feeling like a really long scroll, and it's just like as I'm unraveling it, like I have this like 10-foot piece of paper that's like all the way onto the ground, and I'm like tripping on it. I feel like
the
if
gag from Shrek or something. Like he unrolls the papyrus, and it's like as long as the hall.
Yes, exactly. I think that if you turn this giant scroll into a book, it would be a lot more tangible and understandable from the listener's perspective. Because then that could turn the page,
Yeah, you can still keep the mix element too. And I think like it would kind of solve your issues if you tried to make the change less abrupt, because then that would give you natural points to split stuff into a song. So like if you did the transitional elements, then you would have your full mix from this, and then you can break that mix into songs for people. Then you can upload the mix and the songs, and then it's like a win-win. You have both aspects.
But yeah, keep flexing, Sofa. That was cool. That was a fun little vibe. Long, actually not long. It was a big vibe. It was a 9-minute vibe. That was a big vibe. All right. Next up, we got Lodian with Low Future 2.
A cool cover.
What can I say? We didn't make it. Things are never quite what they seem. The ground crumbled underneath us. Had to let go of the dream. My heart is heavy in the night sky. I try to lift myself above the clouds, but you can only get so high before the sun burns you down. And now I'm driving sideways. I'm navigating through the dark. I just wanna be okay. Won't you silence my heart? Because the pages turn, and the tears they start to dry. All the memories that you burn. Say goodbye. Can I say we didn't make it? Things are never quite what they seem. The ground crumbled underneath us. And we let go of the dream. My heart is heavy in the night sky. I try to lift myself above the clouds, but you can only get so high before the sun burns you down. And now I'm driving sideways. I'm navigating through the dark. I just wanna be okay. Won't you silence my heart? Because the pages turn, and the tears they start to dry. All the memories that you burn. It's time to say goodbye.
That's dope.
I think you're up first this time.
Yeah, it's my turn. All right. So, what can I do with the intro to blend it into the drop transition more? Honestly, I don't know if it's just a me thing, but I thought it worked pretty well. Like, I think stylistically they were coherent, like flowed into each other pretty nicely. You can maybe like tease the bass a little bit more. Let me listen back. I don't know if
I try to lift myself high before the sun burns you down. And now I'm driving sideways. I'm navigating through the dark. I just wanna be okay. Won't you silence my heart? Because the tears they start to dry. All the memories that you burn. Say goodbye. Can I say it?
Yeah, I think you could tease the main bass a little bit, but not like to an obsessive, like not have it super often in the pre-drop, like just kind of hint at it a little bit so we kind of know what's coming, but also have no idea what's coming, just to make it as ambivalently stated as possible right there. But I like it. I think the Bit Crush in the before the drop is really nice. It's a nice texture. I'm also like the world's biggest Bit Crush fan, so that really appeals to me. Is the drop repetitive? That's a tough question because I think this style this is like reminds me of like Kashmir, like kind of that era of future bass. Is that I think is that right, Magduit?
I mean, it's like
that,
almost like rhythm flow, but
yeah,
future bass vibes.
yeah.
That's
It's
best
like a
to
nice
describe it.
blend between the two. It's nice. I don't know what you could do to make it less repetitive because I think it works pretty well, especially with the vocals right now. Like I think the vocals kind of carry it, and in music like this, the vocals kind of become the main instrument, if that makes sense. So I think it. I don't know. Let me skip through a little bit. It's hard with these kind of genres to decide if it's repetitive. Nah, I think the little break you have at 123 really makes it work for me because you pull everything out and you have that contrast before you come back in. And if you didn't have that, it might feel a bit too repetitive, but I think that little break, like we've said, contrast, filtering stuff out before you go back into the drop is really good at keeping stuff interesting. Do a long outro or make another drop. Really depends, and that's up to you. But I think you're at like 151 right now. You could probably do a long outro here and do just fine and have like probably target like 3 minutes for the song. I think that's pretty typical for this genre. And also, I don't know how long your vocals are. Like if you have more vocal stuff that you haven't used yet, but with a vocal based song, if you kind of exhausted all your vocals in the first drop like this, I don't know if you'd want to do a second drop because it could be repetitive since the vocals wouldn't be able to change, I guess. So I think long outro might be the way to go here, but I'll let Mag do it weigh in on that because I'm not sure on that one.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. So first, I'll address these questions. So I think that if you really wanted to make the transition into the drop better in this intro from intro to drop, you have like pretty much everything that you need already there. I think that Percy has a good idea though. I think adding a little bit of bass hints can work really well. But because you have the vocal, I think you don't have to if you don't want to. I think you can use the vocal as that carryover into the drop. But the problem that I have is that the vocal is too energy filled. Like there's a lot of energy in this build up. And you can even see it in the wave shape, right? Like you could see how the difference in volume between this section here and this section here is basically nothing. And I think that you could get away with I mean, let me see. Did I do this on the track that I put up here? Yeah, perfect. All right, so see how there's this whole section here, and this section is obviously less loud than this section. And it's not like a lot less loud, right? Like it's not like this crazy difference, but this is because this entire section is definitely quieter than this section, which is the drop. And I think that if you did that in your track here, it would really help fulfill the feeling of the drop happening, because you have a really good transition as far as the arrangement is concerned. I just think that there's too many frequencies happening. So like you should try and high pass a little bit more, maybe turn down the volumes of things a little bit. You could even turn down the entire gain on the master a little bit during these sections too. And I think that would benefit it a lot. And I think that the vocal, the one thing about the intro vocal, despite your like of the Bit Crush, which I do think is a great timbre, it adds some frequencies that are a little bit unpleasant. So I think that the vocal, when she's hitting these like really, legato-y high notes, it's like a little harsh. And there's a bunch of ways you could fix that. My go-to is a dynamic EQ or Soothe, depending on what you have access to. Dynamic EQ usually is easier because it's free, basically. Like there's a bunch of free dynamic EQs. Heck, I even built one that's on my Patreon for free. Like it's up to you, right? Like there's a bunch of different things you could do to dynamically equalize things. But I think that really would help that a lot. And I also think that there's a little bit too much reverb on the vocals, just a little bit, not like a ton. And I think what you could do to actually fix that is not even really adjust the mix of the reverb, but change the EQ of the vocal going into the reverb. I think that if you cut out a lot of the low mids and mid range of the vocals that's just going into the reverb, it would help the reverb feel a lot nicer on the vocals. But yeah, so my thought process is do a little bit more filtering, removal of EQ, of frequencies rather, remove some volume levels before this drop section here, and I think it would really help a lot with this feeling of the release feeling that we're all looking for at this drop point here. Is the drop too repetitive? If so, suggestions. So I don't think it's too repetitive. I think that
Let's go, every time you're down, and now I'm driving sideways.
I don't think it's too repetitive per se. I mean, I think you could reference some artists here. I think Leotrix would be a really great reference for your style that you're going for here, because he has a very similar thing that he does where he keeps things pretty samey, but then he has moments where he will change the timbre of the track. And I do think that in this case scenario, it could be changed. I think that like you don't have to make it enjoyable. Like it's still an enjoyable listen, but I think if you really want to go that like extra little bit, you know, I think it would be worth changing things like the timbre of the bass in this drop. And the song that this reminded me of, let me see how close it is.
I'm scrolling through my SoundCloud depending on right now.
See how he changes the timbre? So like this is basically the equivalent of like a quarter of a section of your drop. And I think if you change the timbre every kind of quarter section, so like if you split this drop up into 4 different sections, and change the timbre each quarter section, then you basically have a Leotrix track, which is really cool. And I think you should, in fact, you should, I'll keep this up on screen for a second so you can see. I would reference this song if I was you. It's got vocals in it. It's got like the same style of mixdown that I think you're trying to go for. It's got all the same drum style. It's got like everything. I feel like it's the exact same. As far as arrangement's concerned, I just closed out of everything by shaking too vigorously here. But yeah, those are my thoughts on that. As for the last question, do long outro or make another drop? I think that you do a little bit of a short, long/short outro. I don't know if you saw, I'll pull it up again. The Leotrix track has about 3 minutes and 42 seconds. I think you could aim for that. I think, yeah, adding 2 minutes here. So maybe what you do is you shorten this drop a little bit and or shorten the intro a little bit. I think actually that might be the vibe, is shorten the intro and then make a second drop. But honestly, like I said, look at this track and just look at the arrangement. And I would say practice the arrangement style that Leotrix has, because you have a very similar style. And I think as far as arrangement goes, where things are placed and how, I think it would benefit you to like knowing when your idea is finished. And of course you can always decide that for yourself, but I have found that in my own works, it helps to have someone else kind of like show you what you like. So like if you listen to a song that you really enjoy and then look at what they have done that you enjoy so much, it helps you make better logical decisions, like less emotional and more logical decisions that help get you to like a finished idea. So
I saw a post, just to interject quickly.
No,
before
that's
we
all I
move
have to
on.
say. That's all I have to say. You're up. Wait, what? Hello? Did Percy leave us? He's frozen. Percy's gone.
Feasible the collaborations are, but
You
write
lagged
down
out.
5 people that you would. Oh, what the heck?
You lagged out. You're back though. You're back. Whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. Whatever you were just saying. Say it again.
Oh no, it was too sauce for the stream. So pick 5 people that you would love to have collaborate on the song, and it doesn't matter how unfeasible the collaboration is. Just pick 5 and then randomly select one of them, and then imagine you're that person and how would they approach the song. So think about like what their style would be, what choices they would make, and try and do stuff from that point of view. And I think it's a really nice, like, to shift your paradigm like that, even if you're not actually becoming the other person, just like approaching it from someone else's style and seeing what they would do is a good exercise. But that's it.
Sorry. What are your thoughts, by the way? Did you already? I don't think you went over your thoughts on this. Did you? Oh no, you did. You went first, didn't
Yeah,
you?
I did.
My bad. My bad.
Am I that forgettable? Jeez.
No, I was just
Maggot.
so deep, dude. I went so deep into the rabbit hole because, dude, I swear this guy almost sounds like Leotrix as far as like the vibe he's trying to go for, and I really love
Yeah.
Leotrix. I think he's got like really cool songs.
Dude, I saw Leotrix live once, and everybody was expecting him to play like his melodic bangers, but he played like spectral rhythm for like the first 15 minutes of his set, and he got fucking booed, and they made him switch to like his banger songs.
That's crazy.
It was like me and 3 other people headbanging to the spectral rhythm stuff, and then the crowd was just not having it,
I
and then
mean,
he switched it up.
I do think, in my own personal experience, I feel like some of his bangers do slap harder than some of the stuff that he experiments with. But also, I'm super picky and don't listen to enough of him, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But I do think that, yeah, this style is really great. I think having the melodic with like the really heavy flow, it works really well. So keep diving deeper into this idea because it's really cool, and I look forward to hearing this continue to grow as an idea. But yeah, thank you, Lodian. That was cool. It's good seeing you again. All right, next up, let me make sure this is the most up to date one. Yeah, okay, it is. Next up, we got Jest Flavor with the Echoes of Now. Is it now? Or maybe it's now.
No, it has to be.
Now?
We have to be in the future because we're hearing the echoes of now. So
Well-
we're like fast forwarded.
Well, it's like, here's the past, right? Or no, this
Yeah.
is really the present, but it's like, you know what I mean? Like the past, and it's like the future, present, and then past, right? So every time, so it's now, actually. No, it's now. Wait, I can see why it's like the echo of, I'm getting it now. All right, I'm done. I'm
Every
sorry.
moment is the echo of now.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow,
Exactly.
That's some deep stuff.
That's what I'm saying. This is really, I'm excited, Jess. Thank you.
Daydream. I fell asleep amid the flowers. Poured a drop of
Dang. That was dope.
Bro is cooking.
So wait, yeah, it's I think my turn to go first.
Yeah, your turn.
All right. Well, first of all, I just want to say it's always cool how Jess kind of takes us on so many different adventures, and it works. I'm always impressed by that. How can I improve the mix down in the drops to ensure each synth is clear, distinct, and moving cohesively as one? Ah, yes, this is the difficult question. So, it's a good question because there's a lot of ways to approach this, but most of the time it involves, I don't want to say dumbing down your track, but it involves focusing on like a certain number of instruments. So the more instruments that you have going on in a mix, the more difficult it is to feel this feeling. So, and there's a balance, right? Like, I think that the way you have found this balance works. So I don't know. It's like, what do you want truly? Like, I think your music sounds really cool as is, but if you really want it to be even more clear, I think the key is to select certain elements in the mix, make them more forward in the mix. And that doesn't always mean turn those up or like make them louder. It may mean turning down other elements in the mix or removing frequencies from other elements in the mix. I forget what the exact number is, but the brain can really only focus on anywhere from 5 to 7 things at a time. So when you have more than that at the same kind of level, it becomes like you're basically spinning like one of those like spinning wheels where like there's a bunch of different things on it, and you're like, which instrument am I going to be able to focus on now? And like, it's going to just land on an instrument. Whereas if you really want to tell the listener what to focus to, you can't have too many elements that are at that same level. So my suggestion to you, if you want to approach that sort of a feeling, which, because cohesively is a good question, right? Like, the cohesion comes from focusing on certain things. So the reason why it can be less cohesive is because certain things are as loud as other things. So in this case, like, let me just find a section. So like, in my opinion, the vocals here are kind of fighting with that main synth bass, just because of the volume levels. So if you make the synth bass more forward in the mix, it's going to be a lot more focused and forward. So like I said, that doesn't always mean turning it up. You might be able to get away with just turning down the vocals, or maybe taking certain frequencies out of the vocals. And experimenting with that kind of stuff is really, I think, healthy from a mix down perspective. Yeah, you could wash them out. Whatever you think is best to explore, because I do think that this sort of mindset is worth exploring in a very creative way, because there's probably more than 20 different ways to do what I just described. I'm suggesting things like EQ, but like, yeah, there's a bunch of different things you can try to adjust the forwardness of things in the mix. But yeah, that's really all it comes down to, is like selecting what instruments you deem to be the most important and trying to make them really hard to miss or almost impossible to not focus on, while other things that you might think are somewhat lead oriented, trying to like push them further back in the mix. And if you want to have moments, like, I think the best thing to do is I think the technical term is like checkerboard, where you're basically taking certain instruments, letting them have that limelight for a bit, and then maybe you have a section where you have like, I don't know, a turnaround point, which is like, like a last quarter bar or half bar of an entire section, and maybe have that part be drier vocals that are more forward, like that kind of a thing, where you're kind of going back and forth between the main lead element at any given moment. But yeah, that is my opinion. I know it was kind of a long-winded discussion, but I think that it's worth exploring that. And it's a very creative thing, so there's really like no right way to do it. But I think that's what you could explore if you want to achieve that cohesive feeling. But I do think what you have already kind of works. So it's kind of like what you want to do. So yeah. how's the dynamics? I think the dynamics are really good. There's a lot of dynamics, which is nice, you know. As someone who is a big fan of not so dynamic music, I am actually pleasantly surprised by how you give us a good journey with the dynamics. You know, I'm someone who is obsessed with like loud music and really heavy, hard hitting luff music. But I think this kind of stuff is also really pleasant, and it has a really good space, especially as like I don't know, as far as like live venue stuff, I'm not even 100% sure how this style sounds, but I feel like when I'm at home or in the car or just like chilling, this is like really great music to listen to. So, but once
It
again,
sounds pretty good live if it's a good system.
Yeah.
Like if it's one of those nice with the mid bass presence and like low mid presence, it sounds really dope.
Heck yeah, because I have not been to like live shows with this style of music before. So like having you say that, then maybe it's good everywhere. You know, maybe it's just great everywhere. So I think the dynamics are great. I think that if you really wanted to, you could bring up more of the mid and high frequency energy. I think that the bass is kind of louder than everything else to the point where it's like a little bit overpowering. And by bass, I mean the sub. Sorry. The sub is like a little bit louder than everything. But that's just a preferential thing. So I think you could maybe get away with squashing the mids and highs a bit more, but that's just my thoughts there. And then what elements to make it feel more seamless and engaging flow, even with the vocals still being a work in progress. I think this kind of just goes back to a little bit what we've been talking about earlier, just the idea of filtering out frequencies, removing frequencies over time, alluding to this idea of tension, you know, like building the tension up to a point and then giving all of this stuff back to people, as far as, you know, stuff being frequencies and stereo width and volume and all that kind of stuff. I think all of those things can really help bring out that feeling of flow. Because flow, I think, is like, it's subjective, but I do think that is like, I see so many people do those sorts of things, and it really helps me feel their songs more. And I also think I do understand the like kick. I do understand the kick, but I think that the kick, in my opinion, could be thicker, could be more full spectrum. Like we're talking like a resonant language style kick, or like basically a kick with a little bit more mid and high frequency content, I think would go super hard on this kind of a track. And then like the same with the snare, like a little bit fuller of a snare, just to really help bring the energy during these sections, considering your sub bass. But those are just my thoughts. I think that's everything I really had to say. It's still a really cool track, dude. I like the journey. It's a fun one.
Man, what am I even supposed to say after all that? That's quite a thorough fief, but I'll try to find some stuff. So, I think there was some stereo stuff that kind of was wonky on my ear, and I am just a massive stickler for stereo stuff, but it never felt like it went in the left ear, really. It always felt like it was biased towards the right ear. I don't know if that's just me. Like, I'm bad with stereo stuff. Like, it's like a misophonia or whatever it's called. But I think that stereo, when it's panning, is not the play. I think if you want to do contrast with the stereo field, it has to be equal in both sides. With like very, very few exceptions, if you want to play with the width of something as opposed to panning it in directions, it's better to widen it and then bring it back in. But that's very personal creative feedback, I guess. That's just what I most had stick out to me, I guess.
If I could interject really quick, just because it's on that point. So yeah. The one thing, because I agree with you, but I do think the one thing that does slap every single time, like literally every single time, is a ping pong delay. Every time.
That's true. I think it's when it's when stuff is equal in the stereo. Like if you have something pan right and then it pans left, that's good. Or if you have something, a background element that's panning, that can be good. Or if you have like something panned and then something equally panned on the left, then that can be good. But I think it's when like stuff is skewed in one direction and it's not immediately compensated for by skewing in the other direction is when it gets really wonky, if that makes sense. And that, yeah, that's still a deeply personal thing about like what I like in music, but Magduit covered a lot of the questions and stuff. Um, so to kind of bounce off what he said about contrast, I think that I had something to say. Let me re-listen to this section that I was thinking about. 1 second, sorry. I think in the first drop, in the second half of the first drop, you bring in a new call bass, which is really nice. It reminds me of was it Subversive that made that one really nutty tune where he sampled like some philosophy guy. It was like I can't remember the name. It's the one that Subversive that really blew up for Subversive. It has like that style of synth, which is really nice. But then the response bass is not necessarily hitting for me. And I think that you could have the same level of contrast and kind of make things more cohesive if you use the same response bass in the second half of the first drop as you did in the first half, and then just change that call to like the really clean FM bass. But that's mostly what was sticking out to my ear. And I don't know if it could also just be the phrasing of that response bass that's not my favorite. Like it has that descending, like I'm not even going to try and vocalize it, but you know the one I'm talking about. So maybe play around with using the same response bass from the first half. But otherwise, I liked it a lot. Good tune. Magduit covered a lot. He definitely
I
had.
did. I went deep on
Yeah.
that one. But I had some ideas, and I feel like this
Yeah.
one in particular is like a very it's like a really big jump into another creative
Yeah, we
zone.
could discuss on that topic for hours probably if we wanted to.
Yeah. And I'll also I'm just going to end with this last little thing, and this is for everybody, not just Jess, but I really highly recommend like referencing tracks, cuz as soon as you start referencing tracks, like a lot of these questions kind of become obvious. I don't want to say that, but you know what I mean? Like you hear like, "Oh, this guy's snare is like way louder than mine," or "Oh, this guy only has like one bass sound here and I've got two." You know, like it's like you can start very easily observing things like that because you have like a clear goal. Whereas when you're just kind of searching around for what vibe is like what you want to go for, yes, you can come up with new things, but I think that if you do that all the time, you kind of become lost a little bit. You know, it's kind of like you're in Plato's cave, right? Like you got to turn around and like be like, "Oh my God, there's trees outside and shit." Like, what? This is crazy. Because like, don't get me wrong, it's fun to be in the whole Plato's cave thing, but you don't know what you are missing until you like compare it to like what else exists. But yeah, really cool stuff, Jess. Thank you. All right, last up. Oh my gosh,
we got a brick here.
we're summoning the king, dude. This is a ritual. All right.
Yeah.
This is a ritual right now, you guys.
I love summoning rituals. Like when you get the pentagram going, you get all the candles. They're so fun.
My favorite one is Biggie Smalls. Biggie Smalls.
Yep.
Biggie Smalls. Okay, we're good. We're good. It's not real. We're fine. All
Yeah.
right. Thank God.
No, just make sure you don't say Siggy Balls 3 times. Then
Siggy
you
Balls. Oh shit. that sounds rough. All right. Let's summon the king.
get. Yep. Jesus,
No
the king
dy-
has been summoned.
No dynamics allowed type beats.
No,
All right, yeah.
bro.
I think it's up.
Yeah,
TJ.
it's my turn. Okay,
Flex.
first, Magda, you held up the sign, but yeah, that art style is fucking sick. It's very very appealing. I like the everything about it. Like the little squiggly like hairy creature, wispy. Anyways, yeah, I mean it's sick, but okay, enough simping for the art. We're here for the music. So, how's the mix, particularly the drum mixing? It's pretty good. I like the kick and clap. It's very, very rhythm, very tear out. However, I think you could have a ride cymbal be brought up more. I'm dearly missing a nice ride cymbal here. I don't know if there is one and it's just buried, or if I'm just like deaf, or if there isn't one. But as long as I'm not deaf, then I would bring that up. Yeah, I'm listening through and I don't know if I hear one. But that ride cymbal can really kind of carry drops like these in many ways. Even though I think the flow goes really hard, just having that ride cymbal on like the on every quarter note is I don't know. It's pretty idiomatic to the genre. Should I do a longer outro? Yes. Okay. So this is kind of crazy here, but I'm hearing on this outro like you have this whole summon the king thing, right? You should do like some cinematic growls, like deep monster, not like dubstep growls, but like deep, like think Arrival's sound design, like where you have this king that's been summoned, like you have this monster, like maybe the dude from the cover art, and then you just have him like lurking in the background with some ambience. I would do like a whole 30 seconds of that stuff. It would go so hard in my opinion. Because I think world building and like these heavy dubstep styles makes people like really enjoy the everything about it. Like there's this one dude Eater that he's kind of fallen off recently, not gonna lie, but he has really good world building and cinematic stuff and a lot of his heavier shit from like 2020 and earlier, and it really makes me lean into it. And like some other people that do that stuff are like Levitate, pretty goated artists. Uh, I don't know. I just think that you could lean into that and have like some deep growly stuff. Like hit up the homie Warding for some deep growls like that.
For real.
But yeah, Warding is the guy. He has that down. Do the choir shots in the drop help it or hurt it more? Magda, did you hear choir shots?
No, but hang on, wait. Let's see. I hear them now.
I hear them very faintly.
I feel like I liked it as far. Okay, so here's the thing. It does build up the cinematic energy of the track, but it takes away from the heavy rhythmness of the. You know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah.
like detracting from the trench vibe, which I think is a problem. You know, I think that's not good in the context of rhythm. Like I
I
think the
think
whole
you
point
could
is to be
replace
in
the
trench.
choir with like a smack and ride cymbal, like to kind of carry that vibe. I'm leaning into the ride
No,
cymbal
you're
vibes
not
right
wrong.
now.
I agree. I think that like the high frequencies, you know, like where the cymbals sit, like we're missing something there. I
Yeah.
agree. I agree with you, 100%.
But
Sorry,
yeah,
I
you jump into that because that's my questions. And
Oh.
oh yeah, I wanted to say that I really like the sound design here. Like I'll never admit it, and I might shit on Rhythm and Tear Out in public, but don't tell the homies, I'm a big fan of these brain dead tear not brain dead, but like I'm a big fan of this shit, man. All my best experiences at festivals and raves have been headbanging on the rails to music like this. So yeah, keep it up. Goated sound design. I fuck with it.
Yeah, I feel like this is like you were saying, like on par with some of the top tier rhythm / tear out producers. And yeah, no, let me go over these questions here. So, how's the mix, particularly in terms of the drums? Yeah, I feel the same way about the drums as Percy does. I feel like we're missing, like there's almost enough high end, but because you don't have like these cymbals forward enough in the mix, it feels like it's not as full as it could be. Like, and that's like, you know, we're working with like brick brick music here. Like we need full music. We need it to be all the frequencies. No, yeah. But I think that would help the brick energy. Is just having something carrying those high highs. Yeah, dude, the cymbal would go so hard, dude. The cymbal would just go so hard. The longer outro question, I feel like it's always worth doing not long outros, but yeah, like longer. Like I think having like Percy said, like the 30-second growl FX thing, that would go crazy. I think you could also, as something, if you've ever listened to a lot of old school hip hop, like Wu-Tang style stuff, like even having like people talking or like stuff like that in the background, like something very ambient yet, real, like very organic sounding, I think that would go really well. But I do think that the harder, the saucier outro would be something that's like sound designed like monster in. I think Percy's idea is much better than that. But I'm saying like you could also do things like that. That being the Wu-Tang inspired intro, outro, people talking. And then, yeah, does the choir shots and the drop help or hurt? Yeah, we kind of talked about this, but I think it hurts it. I don't think it helps because you're taking away the energy of the I'm trying to be in the trench the whole time. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't like try to pull me out of it when we're there already, like I think it's worth just like going deeper into the trench until maybe the breakdowns and intro, outro. But that's
even from like a pragmatic sense, like just think in terms of like what is there room for in the mix. There's not a lot of room for a choir because like your human voice is not going to be hitting at like 10 kilohertz like a ride is, and where there's room in the mix is not room for a choir, I guess. So just like even from a mixing standpoint, it makes more sense to put in like a high-end filling element than it does to add another low-end or mid-high element like a choir shot.
Yeah, because I think both of us felt that like as soon as you add that choir, the energy level goes down, which is like I don't want that, I want the energy level to be high. So yeah. Well, gang members, that's it. That's all we have for tonight. I guess thank you guys for coming through. Everyone who stuck around and hung out to the end. Thursdays and Sundays at 9 p.m. EST, we do flock flips. So come through to the flips, level up your music production skills. I'm looking at you, Percy. No,
oh man, dude, I don't think I've completed a flock flip in like a year and a half, man.
Yeah. Well, hey, that's all good, dude.
Yeah,
it'll be fun seeing you guys next time because Christmas will have passed. So if you're a homie out there who celebrates Christmas, I hope you guys have a good holiday. Yeah, and come through.
We will be doing it next week, right?
Oh yeah, dude. Every Friday. Every Friday till the day that I'm dead. No, hopefully not. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
90-year-old Mag do it fiefing bass music for the new generation of Subway Surfer enthralled Zoomers.
I'll have to get up out of my chair. I'll grab my cane or my walker even. Yeah, dude.
Just think about how good the hi-hats
over my head.
You like smack the cane into the desk and you have some gnarly percussion right there.
100.
Might be the new tech.
But yeah, thank you as well, Percy, coming through.
Yeah,
as always.
Duo Fief. It went pretty well.
Yeah, I think it was good. I think it was fun. Thank you all for hanging out. Everyone actually tonight was cooking. Tonight was really cooking.
We only had to bring out the frequency chart once. You only had to draw it once, and it was on a banger tune. That's
crazy.
That's the biggest improvement so far.
For real. Yeah. Well, anyway, we'll see you guys next Friday or sooner, depending on if you come through the flips. Come flip. We don't bite. We only not always.
Mag do it doesn't bite.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for Percy. He's dangerous. But yeah, no, it's fun. All right.
Yeah, peace out, everybody.
See ya.